Well, hello, hello. Wait, hold on one sec. All right, how are we doing today? Anything exciting going on? Destiny dick riders, fuck off.
This Destiny guy has to be a psyop. There's like literally no other explanation. Without fail, every time Hassan does anything, he like literally this was within 2 minutes. He responds. It's crazy. He's like, oh, I don't cover the breaking news when Hassan was like, you know, doing stuff about Gaza, right?
Like what's your point, Destiny?
Actually, Hassan has said he doesn't cover breaking news.
He really does just like consume all of your thoughts. It's so fun. It's so weird. It's so weird. This is every Destiny fan. They'll like literally watch a hospital get bombed and be like, I'm not sure if that was actually true or not. I'll need a source for that. And like, this is a psyop. It has to be. He's like designed. He's the centrist designed in a lab. I need time to gather all the facts. Dude, do you know how quick this kind of thing happens? It's like we don't have time to like. He's a plant. He has to be.
We don't have time to. Wait, but the thing is, you do have time. You're a streamer. We sit here and do nothing. It's not going to change if you wait a day or two. Why was I linked this? This is so stupid. This has to be a psyop. My psyop is I feel like I'm getting psyop by a psyop. All right. What's going on the old LSF?
Did you tell me your mom doesn't come over and do all your shit? I mean, when she comes over, yeah, she'll help clean out. That's what moms do. What do you mean? My mom comes over once every 3 months. What does that mean?
Wait, what is happening?
I'm losing my mind because these fucking women are
Hey! Eric, don't stop.
these fucking women just get fucking handed everything. They're just gonna sit there all day and do fucking nothing but shit all fucking day long. And all boohoo, they gotta fucking clean. They gotta clean up a little bit. Oh my god.
Oh.
Jesus. I actually cannot tell y'all the panic that went through my mind seeing this video and realizing that's my tweet pulled up in a "he who must not be named" clip. Holy fuck, I'd be shaking. Goated clip though, Caroline. Really did eat and left exactly 0 crumbs in Amy Schumer's career. Love your tweets. Keep up the good work, friend. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Or oh my god, Josh. Oh my god. I am sending you my thoughts and prayers. Is this person like 14? Right? The stalker. Oh, we're ready to listen to this.
Oh my god. He pulled the room in there.
Where's like his HP so I can be excited? Is he Crimson Gallant or Stupid Dog? Which one is he? Let me know how hyped or not hyped I can be. Top left, Stupid Dog. Okay.
Oh my god. He pulled the room in there. No! I petried. Oh my god. Oh my god, no. I canceled, I petried again. I'm not doing this.
Something gonna happen, or I'm watching to the very end because I know you guys like when I do that. Okay. Petrification Flask means he's immune to all damage while the effect is active. Destiny, he doesn't want to die. Okay. Are you done playing video games on stream now? Maybe, we'll see. Destiny's final summary of the Suez Crisis. First, let me say thank you for the research. It's been informative and enjoyable to watch, so thank you, Destiny, for doing this. I just want to bring up a couple points that bugged me a bit about the final summary of the Suez Crisis. I think it's probably one of the reasons why some would think that Destiny is biased towards Israel when talking about the conflict. I'll break up the summary into pieces to talk about each part. In 1956, Egyptian leader Nasser, driven by his desire to be neither a puppet of the U.S. or USSR, nationalized the Suez Canal while acquiring a large amounts of weapons. Oh, I went back and I changed the wording on some of this. While acquiring large amounts of weapons. Okay. From the USSR in defiance of prior agreements, namely the Constantinople Convention of 1888, worried that trade would be interrupted Britain and French. First, the Constantinople Convention had nothing to do with the acquiring weapons. I went back and when I was in the middle of the stream, I went back and changed some of this. The contravention of the agreement was the closing of the Suez, not the acquisition of weapons. But I guess I worded it. I worded it incorrectly because I went back and I added after I'd already typed it up. But prove that Shadowrun booting ups and go to League of Legends. Good one. Hold on one second. How do you feel about people shitting you for using Wikipedia? It seems like it's mostly cope because they don't do any actual research at all. Yeah, I don't. If any of the people that shit on me for using Wikipedia want to come and argue with me over something, that'd be fine. But I would be shocked if they had any level of knowledge about any of this. So, yeah. Fuck. So it was not broken. It was not a broken rule in this regard. Secondly, Egypt was never a signatory to that treaty, since it was under Ottoman rule at the time it was signed. Kind of, I guess, yeah. From the Wikipedia on the convention, the Khedivate of Egypt, through whose territory the canal ran, and to which all shares in the Suez Canal Company were due to revert when the company's 99-year lease to manage the canal expired, was not invited to participate in the negotiations and not sign the treaty. I think the Khedivate of Egypt was like an autonomous region of the Ottoman Empire at the time, I think. This seems like an honest mistake, though. Someone on the stream said Egypt broke international rules, but I'm not sure what those rules are. Sure, I guess we can mention that the Constantinople Convention didn't technically have the independent country of Egypt as a signator, and that when it was an autonomous region of the Ottoman Empire, it also didn't join for those discussions, although the Ottoman Empire signed on to it. But I mean, this convention was in effect for some 70 years, and I think it's generally accepted, I could be wrong on this, I don't think I am, but I think it's generally accepted that when you start closing waterways, people are probably going to go to war with you over it. It's very hard to like control and close waterways or selectively limit people through like that. Like people tend to get very, very, very mad. But the next part of the summary is, worried that trade would be interrupted, Britain and France approached Israel, who was worried about that the anti-Zionist Egypt was amassing a massive military. This brushes over all the explicitly stated goals of the invasion by Israel, which included wanting to annex Sinai and building an oil pipeline from the southern Sinai to Haifa where it could be processed. This summary makes it sound like Israel's goals for this war were purely defensive, when we saw explicit statements from Israeli sources that this was not the case. The two challenges I guess I would have to that is that the first one is that what I call the war defensive, the war happened after Egypt closed the strait. So in that sense, it's defensive, and that like Egypt had already taken the first aggressive actions, number one. Number two, Egypt was amassing a ton of weapons and military arms with the almost explicitly stated aim of uniting the Arab states that have stood in opposition to Israel. And number three, Israel took a few months, but they did give that entire Sinai Peninsula back to Egypt. I guess you could mention all of this, but I don't think getting into the weeds on any of that Or I don't think that mentioning any of those details changes the broad characterization, right? Destiny, if a war aggressive is a war aggressive if the scope is expanded to include new offensive goals beyond the original defense casus belli. YouTube Live is lagging hard for some reason. I don't know. Is it an aggressive war if it expands beyond? I guess it would depend on... I guess it would depend. Well, so here's the question. Let's say Egypt never fucks with the Suez Canal, never closes either the Straits of Tiran. Would Israel still invade? That's the question, I guess, that I would ask, right? Look up casus belli? I feel like we looked this up. Let me check again.
We are looking at, to make it sound more Latin, it is generally said as casus belli.
Casus belli. Okay, your casus belli. Wait, what? Is this... Hold on, I just clicked this totally random thing on Twitter. There's no way this is true. Cities Skylines 2 models teeth? With no level of detail? There's no possible way this is true. That's wild. Dev said this is false. Destiny, yes it is. Apparently the models were generated using a tool that claims it's based on generative AI. Huh. I don't know. Okay. Let's see. Casus... What was it? Casus belli? Shit, I already forgot.
Casus belli.
Casus belli.
Would be more or less how it would.
Casus belli. What a dumb sounding word. Casus belli. Okay. I also took issue with his statement during the 6-day war that the fact that Eshkol, he literally contacted Jordan and said, guys, can we not fight and we won't do anything? And then Jordan was like, nah, we're going to fuck your shit up. And that's how they lost. That's how they lost the entire West Bank from Jordan. At some point, it's hard to feel sorry for any of these people, but I don't know. We'll see. Then when a person in the chat commented, you literally read that Egypt and Jordan signed a defense pact a week earlier. No. And Destiny responded with, well, yeah, but that doesn't mean you have to. Trails off when someone joins Discord. Playing was about to say that doesn't mean you need to join your agreed upon alliance. I don't understand this being a good argument. Israel knew that Egypt had a defensive alliance with Jordan. They had already angered the Jordanians when they launched a massive raid into Jordan during the Samu incident. Well, we haven't read about this. The Samu incident. Let's... Oh, fuck. Control F. The Samu incident, or Battle of Samu, was a large cross-border assault on the 13th of November 1966 by Israeli military on the Jordanian-controlled West Bank village of Samu in response to an Al-Fatah landmine attack 2 days earlier near the West Bank border, which killed 3 Israeli soldiers on a border patrol, or on a border patrol. No, I was right, sorry. It purportedly originated from Jordanian territory. It was the largest Israeli military operation since the 1956 Suez crisis, and it is considered to have been a contributing factor to the outbreak of the Six-Day War. Since 1965, Jordan had an active campaign to curb Fatah sabotage activities. The handling of the incident was widely criticized in Israeli political and military circles, and the United Nations responded with the United Nations Security Council Resolution 228 censuring Israel. Oh God, hold on. Is there a Dota tournament today? Where is ITBA? Is he in here right now? Actually, wait. How long does this last for? Hold up. I'm gonna see if Friends said, hold on, I don't know if I want to suffer through chat's fucking AIDS today. For violating the United Nations Charter and the General Armistice Agreement. Didn't Putin have his, I keep wanting to call it casus belli. Wait. Fuck, I keep forgetting this shit.
Casus belli.
Casus belli for invading Ukraine. That doesn't make the invasion justified just because Putin said so. What was his reason for invading Ukraine, though?
Casus belli.
Casus belli. Like in 2022, I don't think he had. There was no casus belli. There was none, right? You could argue he had one maybe for Crimea. I don't even know if he ever publicly states one. I don't know if Putin feels the need to state one. I don't think he does. Or he just says that he just like makes some shit up. Like Ukrainians are oppressing ethnic Russians or whatever. I don't ever think I'm not sure if Russia generally has clear casus bellis. Like I don't think I mean not all of these are the same, obviously. I think we can weigh some of these differently. I think people blocking waterways for trade and whatnot are probably a legitimate reason to go to war, but also, yeah, no, I'm sorry. I don't think Putin had a casus belli because I don't think he even considered it a war, right? It was just a special military operation when he called it, so. Some people said it was because they wanted access to the natural harbor of Sevastopol. Sure, that's why I could maybe almost understand Crimea, him having a reason for Crimea maybe, but. Although I don't think there was any evidence for that port being under threat, but. For 3 years, King Hussein of Jordan had been meeting clandestinely with Israeli Foreign Minister Golda Meir, right, and Prime Minister's deputy Abba Eban concerning peace and mutually secure borders. Hussein later stated that during one of his meetings with Israeli representatives, I told them I could not absorb a serious retaliatory raid, and they accepted the logic of this and promised there would never be one. On the night of the 11th of November, an Israeli Border Patrol vehicle carrying policemen drove over a mine near the Israeli-Jordanian border, killing 3 and wounding 6. The mine was reportedly planted by Al-Fatah men, formerly the Palestinian National Liberation Movement. On the 12th of November, King Hussein sent a letter of condolence to Israeli Prime Minister Levi Eshkol via the U.S. Embassy in Amman. From there, it was sent to U.S. Ambassador Walworth Barbour at the Embassy of Tel Aviv. Instead of forwarding it to the Prime Minister, he left the letter on his desk, assuming it was not important and there was no rush. According to another version of the story, the letter reached Barbour on the 11th, a Friday, but he delayed passing it on due to the coming Sabbath. Early in the morning of the 13th of November, King Hussein received an unsolicited message from his Israeli contact stating that Israel had no intention of attacking Jordan. Early the same day also, the Israeli military mobilized 3,000 to 4,000 troops and sent about 600 of these with 60 half-tracks and 11 tanks across the border into the Jordanian-controlled West Bank. Israel's rationale for the cross-border assault was to avenge the 3 Israeli deaths in a landmine incident on the 12th of November 1966, based on the Israeli allegation that the attack had originated from Jordan. A further goal in the operation was to demolish houses in Palestinian villages located south of Hebron as a show of force to preempt further Palestinian violence. The Israeli rationale for the attack on Samu has often been questioned. For example, Colonel Jan Muren, a Dutch UN observer in the West Bank who patrolled Samu during this period, gave an interview to the Dutch current affairs program Nova on the 40th anniversary of the Six-Day War, where he denied the Israeli charges regarding Samu. He said, "Had the people from this village anything to do with the attack on Israel? Well, no. Not just from this village, but also not from the entire West Bank. Only Western officers operated here, and we did patrols. Only Western officers operated here, and we did patrols." The situation was completely calm. However, the attack against the Israeli patrol had occurred 2 days earlier. Although the purported Jordanian origin of the perpetrators was never independently investigated, Jordan immediately lodged a formal complaint with the UN Security Council. Although the Israeli goal was retribution for the Fatah landmine incident, purportedly having originated from Jordanian-controlled territory, Israel's first act was to cross the 1949 armistice line and to destroy a Jordanian police post at Rujm El Madfa. In addition to the large-scale destruction in Samu village, the Israeli forces also damaged other villages. In a report by the Arab League, it was assumed that the main goal of this attack was to test the efficiency of what was called the United Arab Command, and see if any other Arab countries, such as Egypt or Syria, would come to the aid of Jordan. The report also assumes that this battle was in preparation for the Six-Day War. Let's see. This is the actual mobilization of the force. Curious what the overall number of casualties or fatalities or property destruction was. Reports of the total number of houses destroyed range from 40 to 125. The IDF estimates 40. The UN estimates 125. The UN also reported the destruction of a village medical clinic, a 6-classroom school, and a workshop, plus damage to 1 mosque and 28 houses. Wow, says Stephen. Thanks for gifting 5 subs. 40th Battalion, Infantry Battalion of the Jordanian Army, commanded by Major Assad Ganma, encountered the Israeli forces northwest of Samu. Eight Jordanian Hawker Hunter jets were scrambled at Mafrag Air Base and attacked Israeli forces to relieve pressure on their own troops, but were met by a force of 4 Israeli Mirage 3 jets. In the air battle that followed, a Jordanian plane was shot down and the pilot was killed, and an Israeli plane was damaged and forced to land. Its pilot was severely injured. Column and a platoon of Jordanian during the battle. During the battle, 16 Jordanian military personnel, 15 soldiers, 1 pilot were killed, and 54 other soldiers are wounded. 1 Israeli soldier was killed. Colonel Yauv Shaham, the commander of the Israeli paratrooper battalion. 10 other Israeli soldiers were wounded. 3 local civilians were killed. Jordan, following the battle, King Hussein was faced with a storm of criticism for failing to protect Samu, emanating from Jordanians as well as from Palestinians and neighboring Arab countries. Riots spread throughout the West Bank, demanding the king be overthrown. 4 Palestinians were killed by Jordanian police as a result of the riots. On November 20th, Hussein ordered nationwide military service. I guess this is probably one of the things that probably pressured him into taking action during the Six-Day War then. Egyptian and Syrian radio also verbally attacked Jordan, accusing King Hussein of collaborating with the CIA to plot an overthrow of the Ba'ath Party in Syria. Following the Palestinian demonstrations against him, King Hussein accused Nasser of using the presence of the UNEF on Egypt's border with Israel as an excuse for failing to take action against Israel. The Palestinians rioted in Hebron, Nablus, and Jerusalem in the West Bank, and Irbid in Jordan. The Palestinian Liberation Organization warned all Jordanian ministers to resign by noon on the 26th of November. Why is it people are so afraid to say I don't know, or I would have to look into it more during a debate? Do people think it makes them look weak? Well, yeah, if you're especially during a debate, you're supposed to be representing a particular side, and if you don't know something, then it looks like it makes you look weak. Yeah. In Israel, angered opposition parties demanded to know why Israel attacked Jordan rather than Syria, which was the guerrilla home base. And a special, I don't know anything about that. Syria was the guerrilla home base. I've read about like scattered attacks or random attacks, but I don't know anything about guerrilla home base. I'm assuming that's in reference to what? Palestinian attacks or Fedayeen attacks or... In a special parliamentary debate, Prime Minister Eshkol listed 14 major acts of sabotage carried out from Jordan in the past year, climaxed by the landmine explosion that killed 3 Israeli troops on the 12th of November. Eshkol said, "It is regrettable that this particular act of aggression came from Jordan, but since it did, he had picked Jordan as his target. No country where the saboteurs find shelter and through whose territory they pass on their way to Israel can be exempt from responsibility." What Eshkol left unsaid was his certainty that, with the so-called Arab unity being what it was, Jordan would find itself with far less Arab support than Syria, which is much closer to Egypt's Gamal Abdel Nasser. Jordan's Arab partners did wait until the Israelis had withdrawn before making indignant vows of support. Nice. What did the Palestinians do during that time? Did they try building a country or something? We haven't gotten far enough yet, but I don't believe Palestinians up to this point in history, through 1967, I don't think Palestinians have been trying to build their country. They've been trying to kick out the Israelis because they consider that land to be their country. The catch right now is for Palestinians to establish a country would mean that they would have to establish borders, which would mean they would have to recognize Israel as a country. So that's something none of these people want to do yet. So they can't really establish a country because they don't want to recognize Israel as existing, right? Because then that would basically be ceding all of the territory to Israel by saying, oh, okay, fine, you can have it, you know? It's Nasir, not Nazar. Destiny, it's Nasir. How do you pronounce it? Hold on, let's find this guy's name. People are saying it's super laggy. Kick.com/Destiny. I'm not lagging at all. So if there's lag, it's on YouTube's side right now.
Nasser will never die.
Nasser? Wait, how did he say his name? You can't make the S sound. It doesn't exist in English. Oh, so I can't make it. It's impossible.
Nasser will never die.
Nasser? Nasser? So not Nazar. Nasser? Okay, Nasser. That's what I'm going with. Fuck you. Egypt's Gamal Abdel Nasser. Jordan's Arab partners did wait until the Israelis had withdrawn before acting like they were tough shit. 2 days after the attack, in a memo to President Johnson, his special assistant Walt Rostow wrote, "I'm not suggesting our usual admonition against retaliation." Admonition, I think, right? To admonish. We'll maintain that posture, but retaliation is not the point in this case. This 3,000-man raid with tanks and planes was out of all proportion to the provocation and was aimed at the wrong target. And hitting Jordan so hard, the Israelis have done a great deal of damage to our interests and to their own. Hold on, I'm going to sneeze. Never mind, no I don't. They've wrecked a good system of tacit cooperation between Hussein and the Israelis. They've undercut Hussein. We've spent $500 million to shore him up as a stabilizing factor on Israel's longest border and vis-a-vis Syria and Iraq. One thing that we haven't read at all about, somebody emailed me this. I hope I don't have to like read on the history of every single surrounding Arab country, but we've dipped our toes into this a little bit. But apparently, even though the British kind of like abandoned the historic Palestinian area, apparently they had been making great investments into Jordan the entire time. That was like their child, supposedly. I think that's why they got, oh God, what was the name of the guy? Was it Scrub? What was the name of the British military leader, I think, that got kicked out after they lost? Was it the First War? Fuck, what was the last name of the British military commander that was in charge of the Jordanian forces? It was like Scrub or Shrub or... What am I thinking of? Somebody here. Who was paying attention? He had a last name like this. Nobody knows. Nobody was paying attention. The whole class gets failed. Was it Scrum? No. Really? None of you fucking losers are paying attention. Glub. That was the name of the guy. Good job, Vyaza, or whatever. Oh, fuck, I didn't write him down here. Hold on, I'm trying to figure out which war did he get kicked out of? Glub Pasha. It was either after the first or the second war. I think Jordan ejected him. 56. Or it might have been the Suez Crisis, maybe. During the First World War, he served in France. Okay, hold on, let me check here. And I think this really pissed off the British people. I think. Autobiography legacy. Wait, where were we? Glub remained in charge of the defense of the West Bank following the armistice of 49. He retained command of the Arab Legion until 56, when King Hussein dismissed him and several other British senior officials in the Arab Legion. Hussein wanted to distance himself from the British and to disprove the contention of Arab nationalists that Glub was the actual ruler of Jordan. Differences between Glub and Hussein had been apparent since 52, especially over defense arrangements. Keeping in mind this Samu incident took place in 60 what? 65? When was this? 66. Okay. 66, and he was gone in... Oh, he was gone way before this. Okay. 50, because he was gone way before the 60 war. I'm trying to think of what got him kicked out. Oh, it was Suez. If it was 56, that would have been the Suez Crisis, right? Although that's early in the year, isn't it? Because the Suez Crisis didn't happen until, yeah, October. Why did he get kicked out again? Hold on. Dismissed him and several other British senior officials. Let me see if we can find this again. He spent the remainder of his life writing books. Loser. The Arabization of the Jordanian army saw the dismissal of senior British officers commanding the Arab Legion by King Hussein. Glub Pasha got kicked the fuck out. The British government initially responded furiously, but chose not to take further action against Jordan after they realized Hussein's decision did not mean abandoning the British as an ally. The Jordanian streets which witnessed large celebrations. Pressure Britain exerted on Jordan during the Baghdad Pact in 55 caused a spike in anti-British sentiment. Royal decree to dismiss all British officers and personally delivered it to the then Prime Minister Samir al-Rifai. Rifai? Okay. I remember reading about the dismissal, but maybe there wasn't necessarily like a super specific inciting event or war that caused it. Okay. Read one source other than Wikipedia. Incomplete. If you want to hop into Discord and educate us, let me know. Have you gotten to Nasir's resignation? Not yet, but I think, doesn't that come after the 6-Day War? I think he resigns, but then I think he comes back or something, right? Do you plan on talking to Lonerbox after you're done with the research? Yeah, I will, yeah. Okay. They've set progress back toward a long-term accommodation with the Arabs. This may have persuaded the Syrians that Israel didn't dare attack Soviet-protected Syria, but could attack U.S.-backed Jordan with impunity. It's important that we strengthen the hand of those within the Israeli government who feel this is not the proper way to handle the problem. Even members of the Israeli military now doubt that retaliation will stop the cross-border raids, though they see no better solution. UN Security Council convened to hear the Jordanian complaint and invited an Israeli response. After hearing both sides, the UK representative responded, "My delegation can find no justification whatsoever for the calculated, admitted, and wholly disproportionate act of military reprisal committed by Israel against Jordan on the 13th of November. Mr. President, reference has been made in the letter of the representative of Israel to you of the 12th of November to a mining incident on that day, which cost the lives of 3 occupants." Oh, mining incident. I'm sorry. I thought he was trying to say, oh, you guys were just mining now. But he means a mine, right? Okay. Certainly, my delegation deplores that incident and regrets the loss of life, but even if it could be demonstrated to us that Jordan had any direct responsibility for this and other incidents, we could not possibly condone the Israel attack. It was a fully planned attack mounted by infantry and armored forces and supported by aircraft, an attack on Jordanian villages in the area of Hebron. Hebron is a town south of Jerusalem, right? Let me just get these on my brain more. Hebron in the West Bank. It is south, farther south than I thought. Okay. So it's Jerusalem, Bethlehem, and then Hebron is quite a bit far south. Okay. Is there like any natural terrain here? You see like where the West Bank is, like kind of encroaches in here and everything? There's not like, these aren't like mountains or hills or whatever that make this natural, is it? Or is it just like an arbitrary border? Because the layout looks very weird, unless there's like, and like, oh, there are? Okay. Because oh wait, can I do like, terrain? Oh, are there? Kind of, I guess, maybe? Pull up the elevation layer. Is that what I'm on right now? Would it be terrain or... The valley is the green part. Thanks, Chief. I thought the green part was just where a bunch of artists dumped a bunch of paint. Gotcha. Okay. In the original UN... Oh, never mind. Okay. I was thinking the original UN partition plan, who got Jerusalem, but that was the internationally administered area. No, I have not read any other specialty papers. I'll read it when I am current on the history, okay? I love you. It's 10:30 a.m. What am I doing? Oh, this. Okay. Boom, boom. Destiny, is there a reason why the UK aren't planes for the displacement? Didn't they hold all the power for us to who was there? Why does everyone solely blame Israel? Or am I missing something? Well, I mean, the blame for Israel is that the reason why the Jewish people are seen as, I guess, invaders or settlers is because when Britain was mandating the area, it was a fuck ton of Jews from other parts of the world that came in, and the people there that were already there, the Palestinian people that were already there, right? So they felt like, we're here, we've been here for a long time, hundreds of years, this is our land. And then with the British mandate, tons and tons of Jewish people started to come in, and they were like, well, we don't want these people here, basically. And then it's just been, yeah, fighting ever since to try to push them out or make them leave. Nice. Fucking good one. I don't even know where the fuck this just dragged to. Okay. Why don't they just coexist in peace? The Steelman version from the Palestinian side would be, why should we be compelled to coexist in peace with foreign settlers that are now occupying our land? We don't want to coexist with them. We don't even want them here. That would be their response, I think. Most people immigrated there during Mandate Palestine. Why would they be considered indigenous when they've only immigrated? I don't know how many Arabs immigrated during the Mandate Palestine. I'm not sure about that. That would be good for me to know. That would be good to research. Like I said, I'll probably go back once I'm caught up to current, or at least past Camp David. Once I'm caught up to relatively current, I'll probably go back and extend my timeline back a bit to probably the 80s. Maybe I'll like try to start with like Herzl, because he was like the guy that kind of like started all the Zionist stuff, or was like the modern Zionist guy that got people excited for it. I'll probably start with him and then move forward from there, and then we can, Caspian reported a good summary on how the situation can escalate exponentially. Destiny, Urk, Rage Pro. Yeah, I'll talk with you guys after. Yeah, okay. Sure, let's watch this.
Death is a cup from which
how Gaza could trigger a regional war. Sure. Remember, I'm not current on my history on this, but we'll see.
Every living thing must drink. Following the deadly Hamas attack in October, Israeli forces have pushed south, and up to 300,000 reservists have been called up. The Israeli military has now set its sights on the Gaza Strip. However, ominous signs are growing on its northern border with Lebanon. Hezbollah has vowed to stand by Hamas and has threatened to open a second and third front to Israel.
I don't know if I should just like ban people that say this, or like, okay, Ben. God, Destiny's takes on this have been undeniably garbage. Ben in YouTube chat, if you think I'm wrong on something, feel free to throw it out. Actually, hold on. We'll watch this video later. Let me finish the let me finish with this little tangent, because these guys had criticism for me. So strong disapproval of the large-scale Israel military action. The United States has condemned the raid and condemns it now, deeming it in clear violation of solemn obligations undertaken by Israel in the General Armistice Agreements. Security Council requested that the existing United Nations military observers prepare a report on their findings regarding the incident. There is a minor inaccuracy in the wiki article you're reading right now. If there's anything you're unsure about in the rest of the article, just look to verify it. Wait, what? Ben replied. Ben said, Palestinians have never self-governed before, so they shouldn't be able to now. Did I say that? Wait, have I ever said that? Palestinians could theoretically... No, hold on. You completely misunderstood what I said. What I said was, post-1948, Palestinians don't want to govern, but that's not even an insult to them. It's their reason, their rationale. They would agree. Palestinians say, no, we don't want to govern. We don't want a state, because if we make borders for our country, we would have to implicitly acknowledge the borders of Israel. We don't want to do that. Our country is all of historic Palestine, including Israel. So no, we're not going to govern and make our own country, because for us to draw borders around ourselves necessarily draws borders around Israel, and we're not going to do that. You're misunderstanding my point. It's not about them being not capable of governing, or not wanting to govern, or not being able to, or whatever, any of that bullshit. It's about they don't want to acknowledge Israel as a country, because that would almost be giving up any claim they could have to the lands that Israel occupies. That's what I'm saying. I don't know how you're going to misunderstand that hardcore. Nope, not a Hassan fan. And if you're wrong about that, maybe you're wrong about more. Okay, you're not even responding to me. Okay. Destiny. Walt Rostro in this article is listed as a special assistant to the president. He was actually national security advisor during this time, a role that comes with a much more policymaking power than a special assistant. It's a minor thing. Okay. When you say that, you're talking about the government of Palestine, correct? Some people might nitpick you and say that some Palestinian citizens would like borders. I don't listen. No, hold on. No. I'm not going to say I could be wrong. If you want to correct me, you need to show me something, okay? You're not correct. Up to this point in time, Palestinians do not want to draw borders around where they're at, because the borders right now, they're not even real borders. They're armistice lines, or they're like settler invasion lines. Why would you ever want to declare a country in the middle of what you consider to be a conflict zone? You don't want to draw borders here. You want the Jewish people to leave. It's your land. It's all of historic Palestine is your land. You don't want to say like, okay, well, here's a border. Because if you draw borders and you recognize them, in order to expand the borders of your country, now you have to go to war. You've got to declare war. You're going to be invoking a whole bunch of UN shit. It's going to be a whole ordeal. You don't want to do that. Your position is the Jewish people are invaders. They're settler people on our land. We're not going to recognize them at all. The Arab countries literally came together, with that 3 no's agreement. They're like, no recognition, no direct deals, no nothing. Fuck them. We're not going to recognize anything. They don't want to set up a government and draw borders, because that would be basically recognizing Israel as a country. I don't think they want to do any of that. Okay, Big East. Stop throwing $10 at me. I'm not acknowledging your League of Legends donations, okay? Okay. How are converts taken into account when dealing with claims to certain landmarks, areas, or regions? I have no idea. Destiny, there were literally de facto borders until 1967. Wait, Just Brandon, what are you talking about? When you say de facto borders, Destiny, you're right. Oh, sorry. Okay, my bad. Okay, hold on. My brain has absorbed so much information in the past 3 days, okay? So it is totally possible that I mix things up or I forget something, okay? It's totally possible, okay? I don't know how much amphetamine-powered learning I'm actually capable of doing in 3 days. It might be that I'm forgetting everything, okay? I don't believe Israel ever actually had real borders up to this point in history. I don't think it ever happened. I'm pretty sure in 49, there was an armistice. There were 3 separate armistice agreements, I believe, with Syria, Transjordan, and Egypt. And that's where the borders that Israel has came from. They're not real borders. They're, let's stop fighting and chill here for a moment. I believe. Oh, fuck, I should know that term. You're right. That was called the Green Line. You're right. That is the Green Line. Okay. Yes. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Let's bring this back. Yes. Okay. The Green Line, this territory in Israel, these are not real, like, international official country borders or whatever. Even though I think somehow Israel as a nation, I think, got UN recognition, I think. The Green Line is offered as a pre-67 borders, or the 67 borders by many international bodies, national leaders, blah, 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 blah. But yes, these are armistice lines, okay? These are armistice lines. Like, none of the countries around here were actually like, okay, well, here's the country of Israel, these are the borders. This is just what they fought up to, and then where they agreed to stop fighting, basically. Okay. All right. With all these Middle East tensions, can we at least acknowledge that fat chicks want to be thrown some sausage every now and then? Schwango, go do it, okay? Knock yourself out. Okay. Would you have any advice on how to cut down on marijuana usage as you use it? And I'm someone who uses every day, and I feel like I should slow down, but I don't know where to start. I've never tried to break a marijuana habit, so I wouldn't be able to give you the best advice. When it comes to breaking habits in general, like one is probably to start moderating. So like just try to reduce a little bit. A second thing is to change your environment. If you've got friends that smoke, don't hang out with them when they smoke. If you smoke in certain areas or whatever, don't go to those areas. And then the third would be to probably try to build like routines or other habits around your life to avoid smoking weed. So if you smoke weed every night before you go to bed, try taking a walk instead and listen to a podcast. But yeah, I am personally, with absolutely no research or empirical data behind me, I'm being fully honest with that, I don't think smoking weed every day is good for you. I think it's incredibly self-destructive, in my opinion. But that's not like a peer-reviewed research. That's just like a... Okay. Do you have any fidgeting habits that you attribute to your ADHD? I don't know. I like shake my legs sometimes. Or I usually need to be like moving a little bit, but I don't know if that's ADHD, just normal fidgets or whatever. One thing Destiny needs to understand is that 1, green lines are not defensible. I don't know what that means. And 2, did not include Jewish sacred sites. Okay, I don't know what. Okay. Daily amphetamine use is probably bad too. The most drug retarded thing that you can ever fucking do is compare recreational use drugs, recreational doses of drugs, to therapeutic doses of drugs. Amphetamine use recreationally, meaning if you're talking meth, 50 to 100 milligrams plus every day, would probably be worse than marijuana. That'd be my assumption. It would be bad. But don't ever compare a therapeutic dose of something to a recreational dose of something. For instance, if somebody came up to me and they're like, hey, what do you think about taking like my doctor prescribed, I don't even know the dose to be, for like CBD or THC or even some like very small edible every day, right? My criticism of that would probably be a lot different than somebody who smokes every day. People that smoke every day aren't just taking 2 hits and putting it down. These people smoke a lot. If for no other thing, it's probably fucking horrible for your lungs, okay? I'd be critical of somebody that abuses amphetamines every day as well. But you don't, the difference between a recreational and a therapeutic dose is often really dramatic. The amount of drugs that you take to get high or feel good is going to be different than the amount of drugs that you take, ideally, to deal with some other condition. This is coming from somebody that recreationally has used methamphetamine or some sort of amphetamine, and likes MDMA. Okay, I like my recreational drugs. All right, I do. But like comparing a recreational dose to a therapeutic dose is really stupid. It's going to be a massive difference in dosing, and it's a massive difference in the effect that you're going for. Why'd you go with Vyvanse over Adderall? Honestly, because I read that Vyvanse was a sexier drug, but I did Adderall XR too, and it felt good too. So I don't know if I could even tell the difference. I'm not sure, but okay. Opioid crisis is worse than weed abusers, by the way. Cope response. Opioids have nothing to do with amphetamines, right? Opioids all come from, what's the original drug from the poppy thing? Is it morphine or is it heroin? Is morphine a derivative of heroin, or is it just opium and then all of them come from that? I don't believe opioids have anything to do with amphetamines. Heroin converts to morphine in the body. Oh, so heroin is like a pro-drug for morphine or whatever? Do you stay sober most days? Since I've started doing amphetamines, I'm trying not to drink at all. I drank a few times at TwitchCon, and I think the compound alcohol plus amphetamine, it destroys my sleep. I might be able to have like a drink or two, but I'm trying to be very, very, very careful with the rest of my health in terms of eating. I need to be gymming more, but I haven't been. Eating and sleeping, because one thing that worries me is I think amphetamines can give you a false sense of how healthy you are, because I'm pretty sure that you could starve yourself for 2 days and get 2 hours of sleep a night and then take some amphetamines and feel like you're at 100%. So I'm trying to be very careful about ignoring, because you can't really listen to your body, I think, when you're on amphetamines to figure out if you're feeling healthy or not. So like I track my sleep with a watch and then I try to make sure I'm eating. Otherwise you're, yeah. Exodia the Forbidden One, 49. Did you see how much from 20 milligrams of Addy to 60 milligrams of Vyvanse? Don't dose as your doctor tells you to. Slowly switch up. Do that. Yeah, okay. I'm not sure about mixing meth and alcohol. I know MDMA and alcohol is very dangerous, but mixing coke and alcohol gives some funny effects too. Okay, let me be clear here, okay? When people talk about mixing drugs, oh, fuck, hold on. Okay. I'm 85% sure I'm correct on this, so have a 15% caution, okay? When people talk about mixing drugs as being very dangerous, I think it's important that you qualify what you mean by very dangerous. Broadly speaking, okay, you need to put on your critical thinking hat here, okay? Broadly speaking, mixing uppers and downers in and of itself is not dangerous. The danger is that sometimes, depending on the uppers or downers you're on, you don't realize how much you're doing, okay? So, for instance, I really like drinking after doing MDMA. That feels amazing to me, okay? MDMA is a type of amphetamine. That is an upper. Alcohol, a CNS depressant, that's a downer, okay? I don't do them together, all right? But it's super fun to drink after MDMA, okay? But these two drugs don't contraindicate each other. They're not going to cause you to die, right? The issue is that if you do an upper and a downer at the same time, so let's say I do a recreational dose of some amphetamine, of meth, of speed, or I don't know, some other cocaine or whatever, right? If I do a recreational dose, so a big dose of that, and I start drinking a ton, what can happen is I might do like 3, 4, 5, 6 shots. I don't even feel drunk. I'm on top of the fucking world, okay? My mind is fucking active. I got the cocaine I'm like on it. I'm on it. It's 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 shots. And then as soon as the cocaine was up, I might be sick to my stomach. I might have alcohol poisoning. I might get blackout drunk. I'm just out of it, right? So that's one danger of mixing. People will commonly say mixing uppers and downers. That's a danger of those two drugs. So it's not dangerous. Like if you want to do cocaine and drink, you can do it. It's not necessarily dangerous. They don't contraindicate each other, but you have to be super aware of how much you're taking, number one. And number two, I believe, I don't know this as much because I don't fuck around with like super dangerous drugs. There are some drugs where if you take both of them together, these two things together, I think can fuck your shit up. Like, I think accelerate each other or can kill you, I think. Like, I think if you mix, so there's certain drugs that you can mix, for instance, that might cause, like, I think serotonin syndrome. Like, for instance, if you're on SSRIs and you're taking drugs that are fucking with your serotonin a lot, you can overdose on, like, serotonin and actually, like, OD that way. I think if you do, like sleeping pills and alcohol and benzos, if you do, like, a ton of downers together, I think it might be possible that, you could like pass out and like in a weird position and die because you're not even able to like move your tongue or something. So, but I don't know as much about those types of combination drugs. I don't usually do like the scary, spooky, will kill you drugs. But, yeah, okay. Be careful. Yeah, just understand why certain things are bad for you, and yeah, be careful. I was on 56 milli at 15 years old. Off Adderall, the no food, no sleep thing is real. I don't know what 56 milli is, but okay. Chris Farley died of a speedball, i.e. a mix of cocaine and morphine. Yeah, but also keep in mind that a lot of those, please be careful. Please be responsible with drugs like this, okay? Please be responsible with drugs like this, okay? A lot of people that are ODing on drugs, okay? Just do your research if you're gonna do anything recreational, okay? A lot of people that OD on drugs, these people are not like they tried drugs once and died. These people are hardcore druggies that have built up a massive tolerance to a lot of these drugs, okay? Oftentimes, if you hear about somebody that ODs on like alcohol or a meth, I think is kind of hard. I think it's hard to OD on, I think, or like to die when you OD. There are a lot of people where if they have huge problems, these are people who are doing every single weekend or every single day. These guys are doing cocaine, alcohol, every single day. Xanax, bars of Xanax, over and over, every single day. And then eventually, like, their body, they're fucked. They can't do it. With some exceptions. There are some drugs that will kill you if you're young, healthy, and don't even frequently use drugs. That's the big worry about fentanyl. Fentanyl is one of those drugs. As dangerous as like Dare and everything makes drugs seem out to be, it's pretty hard if you're like a young, healthy person generally to like kill yourself with like cocaine or meth or even drugs we would consider like hard. I think for heroin, I'm not sure, maybe opioids, But fentanyl is a drug that, like, if you take too much, even as a young, healthy person that doesn't do drugs often, you can just die. Fentanyl will kill you. Yeah, so just, yeah, research, be careful. Be careful with your drugs, okay? Be careful with your drugs, okay? That's why people claim you can overdose and die on kratom are fucking retards, because every death of the person has had kratom in the system. They're always on like heroin, benzos, alcohol, or some other combination, like 4 or 5 drugs. Yeah, sure. CNS stimulation has a rebound effect as well. Your CNS will be depressed when the stimulants wear off, combined with the depression of a CNS depressant. This can lead to cessation of breathing reflex. Okay, that might be possible, yeah. There are a ton of hallucinogens that will kill you if you misdose. I don't know what you mean by hallucinogens, but I don't think you can die doing like mushrooms, LSD, DMT. Those are the big ones that I know about. I don't think generally, those are like psychedelic stuff, but maybe hallucinogens. I mean, if you do enough meth, you can hallucinate, or any amphetamine, but he's talking about the frog poison. In the Netherlands, we can send our drugs to a lab to be tested if it's safe. Yeah, but that takes like 2 weeks. I saw that when I was in Amsterdam. People were like, oh, you can just get your things lab tested. I was like, oh, cool. And they're like, yeah, but it's like a 10-day turnaround. I was like, okay, well, fuck you. You're gonna get back to research? No. We're done. We're talking about drugs for the rest of the day. When someone says hallucinogen, I assume they've never touched a drug in their life. Yeah, I don't know what hallucinogen technically means, but yeah. By the way, the updated Hamas charter from 2017 says they want the 1967 borders, but also refuse to recognize Israel. It's a contradiction in terms. I haven't read the updated charter, and I'm extrapolating here, but my best faith steelman version of that Hamas charter is probably them saying, listen, we need real borders as a country, so we actually want to recognize it, so we can have a government, recognition from the UN, all of that, but we're still not going to recognize Israel as a country. So we're going to have our borders here. They're trying to do what I said they basically felt like they couldn't do in the 40s, 50s, and 60s, and 70s, 80s, 90s, right? Yeah, right, yeah. The term you're looking for is hormetic effect, where small doses are beneficial and large are bad. Well, hormetic effect, is that really what that means? Because that applies to literally every single thing, every single substance in our body, right? Everything has there's going to be like a reference range of healthy intake or whatever, right? Like that's even true of water, right? If you drink too much water without any electrolytes in it, I'm pretty sure you'll die from, what is it called? Fuck, there's a medical term for like, is it lack of sodium in the blood or lack of salt or lack of, we should know it from all the chubby whatever videos we watch, or chummy, whatever that one guy. What's the name of it? It's going to be something like anemia or some bullshit. Isn't there a name for this? Hyponatremia? Is that it? Because water in and of itself doesn't have the correct balance of like salt that you would need to maintain a good what is it? Dude, oh, fuck me. We need to do we'll do a biology setting arc next. When you drink a ton of water without any, is it just electrolytes or salts? When you drink a ton of water without that, it lowers the balance in your body. And if you drink too much, you can die. You'll just die because you don't have enough. You need, is it potassium? You need this for like nerve signals to transfer across your body. You'll just die. Your body will lose that balance and you're done. People are saying hyponatremia. or hyponatremia. The sodium levels in the blood is below normal. Your body needs sodium for fluid balance, blood pressure control, as well as the nerves and muscles. Okay, so even more than that. Main causes include diuretics, vomiting, diarrhea, congestive heart failure, renal and liver disease. Water intoxication. Drink too much water, upsetting electrolyte balance. Does water intoxication because it causes hyponatremia, or is there some other name for this? But yeah, I don't know. Hypo means to little. Natri means natrium equals sodium in Latin. Mia, gotcha. Electrolytestiny, true. You know how sodium is Na on the periodic table? Na is natrium, so hypo, low. Oh, cute. Okay. Destiny. Lots of college students these days go to the ER for cannabinoid hyperemesis these days. It basically just makes you unable to keep down water or food and you dehydrate. Jesus. Regarding mushrooms, they produce specific toxins, including muscarine, hallucinogenic indolese, cyclopeptides, etc. Some will cause terrible GI and liver failure. Some will give you Are you talking about like different types of mushrooms or weird mushrooms or? Wait, what month is it? Sorry. Okay. I have to like mentally and emotionally prepare myself when I travel because I'm going to Iowa in the middle of next month for what the weather's going to be like. Oof. Can you explain why you're coupling Palestinian independence in the West Bank with withdrawing a border legitimizing Israel? Why couldn't Palestinians push for independence from Jordan and the West Bank while still claiming Israel's territory as occupied Palestinian land? Because as soon as they because right now Israel, well, I don't know about right now today, but at least for where I'm in history, Israel does not have official borders. It's all just battle lines that are drawn on an active battlefield, essentially. And if Palestine acquiesces to some of those battle lines, says, okay, well, these are actually the borders to our country. In a way, it legitimizes Israel's aggressive push. Okay, let me finish reading the criticisms from this post. Okay, hold on. Okay, I don't think there's anything else I need to do about this. So basically, 3 Israeli soldiers died from a mine while they were patrolling the Jordanian Israeli border on the West Bank, and then Israel did an unhinged incursion into the West Bank and leveled anywhere from 40 to 125 houses, probably closer to the 125 number than the 40 number, considering the 125 number was the UN estimate. Okay, so this guy says that, I don't understand this being a good argument. Israel knew that Egypt had a defensive alliance with Jordan. They had already angered the Jordanians when they launched a massive raid into Jordan during the Samu incident. I don't like that this guy didn't mention that it technically was set off by the 3 Israelis dying. He doesn't mention that, but that's okay. Why would the Jordanians just take it on faith that Israel would keep its word now when it was already in the process of engaging in a sudden aggressive invasion into Egypt? Well, it wasn't a sudden aggressive invasion. Egypt closed those straits again. They'd already caused one war or one conflict doing this. So it wasn't just a sudden aggressive invasion into Egypt. That phrasing is super not legitimate. The country Jordan had just entered into a defensive pact with. And secondly, why not this Israel just asking them to not fulfill their obligation to come to the defense of their ally means that Israel is in the clear. Well, defense of their ally that is already acting with aggressive means. I mean, but okay. If the Soviet Union started an aggressive war against a nation in NATO, but just asked America, hey, can we beat up your ally totally unopposed while you sit around watching impotently, would anyone be shocked or confused when America fulfilled its legal obligation during the war? Well, it depends. If we had an ally that was cutting off water to the Soviet Union, and the Soviet Union went and attacked that ally, assume it was a non-NATO country, I don't know if the United States would intervene, actually. Actually, Not only would I say I don't think the United States would intervene, I would say the United States would probably do the opposite, because that's kind of what the United States did for the Suez crisis. Because Egypt, in a pretty aggressive act, basically took over that Suez Canal and said they were going to run it their own, and then started blocking certain people from using it, Israel being one of them. And the United States didn't intervene to help Britain, who had technically lost their holding there. They didn't intervene to help the French. In fact, the United States chastised them the entire time. The United States was like, hey, fuck off, don't do this. We're not supporting you for this. Even though we had fairly close relations at the time, we didn't do anything there. Now, we weren't in a formal military alliance, and there wasn't a formal attack, but coming to the defense of your allies is what you should do in response to an attack by another country. This is phrased really aggressively, I think, on the other end, which is fine. I'm okay with pushback on the other end because I probably need more of that. So, and spinning the Jordanians defending their allies as a negative would be like saying the British would have been responsible for World War I by defending the independence of the Belgians. Like, these comparisons are, I think they're underplaying Egypt's aggressive actions here. I think Destiny needs to read far more about the interim topics before the war instead of moving on to Yom Kippur tomorrow. There's far too much stuff that can be left to on understand the conflict and the motives of the parties involved. This might be true. I'm glad that he brought up this this thing here that I could read, but he needs to source way more to justify any of these opinions here. I think in order to change my mind on this, I would need a really good reason for why Egypt wanted to close Israel's shipping lanes south of, what's that city to the south? I should just know this. It's like Emirates or something. Or what the fuck is the name of that city that Israel wants, that does the shipping down here? I assume there's a port in this city. I don't actually know. I would assume there is. Or is it Eilat? Is that what it's called? What's the name of the big city here? Or the shipping city. I imagine it's like is it Aqaba? Or is it Eilat? 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 Okay. Considering Egypt didn't come to Jordan's aid during the Samu incident and was publicly upset over it, it was that far-fetched. Oh, that's true too, though. Wait, when did that defensive pact start, actually? That's important to know exactly. Timelines are very important here. Let me see here. Jordan, Egypt, defensive pact, 1940s or 50s? I want like a... Hussein and Nasir signed a defensive pact in 67. So the Samu incident was quite a bit before that, wasn't it? Wait. Oh, not quite a bit before. I'm sorry, that's not fair. 66, okay. Sorry, what is the pro-Palestinian position on what Israel's response to 10-7 should have been? All I've been seeing is what they should have done. Bro, I don't know. It's a weird area right now. Let me catch up to the history of that because I don't know what all the Arab countries think right now about Israel. That's what I have to figure out, okay? I'm not sure. I don't know where they're all at on that right now. I haven't done a vibe check on them for 2023. Israel didn't ask. They warned Jordan from entering the fight. Jordan ignored the warning. True. This also ignores the fact that Jordan entered less because of their agreement with Egypt and more to do with the fear that Israel was going to try and take over the West Bank, no matter if they joined the war or not due to the Samu raid. Okay, maybe. After the Samu raid, these apprehensions became the deciding factor in Jordan's decision to participate in the war. King Hussein was convinced that Israel would try to occupy the West Bank whether Jordan went to war or not. The Soviet Union started an aggressive war against a nation in NATO, but just asked America, hey, can we beat up your ally totally unopposed while you sit around watching impotently? This is a false equivalency, but also countries do routinely violate their treaties all the time when it suits their purpose. Also, my guess would be if a NATO country started to fuck with Russia, I think the United States would nuke the NATO country. Okay, if it came to the point to where, not explicitly, but like if we had a NATO country that was constantly acting as a belligerent to Russia, I'm pretty sure the United States would bully the fuck out of that country to fall in line, because that is like the last thing in the world that we want. That kind of direct confrontation. I think Destiny needs to be far more about the interim topics. Not really. The whole thing is a lesson in brinksmanship where one side misread the other wrong. Egypt, in that Israel wouldn't attack, and Israel, in that Egypt was going to attack. Part of the big buildup for that, for the 6-Day War had to do with that false intelligence from the Soviet Union as well, right? Some analysts suggested that Nasser took actions aimed at reaping political gains, which he knew carried a high risk of precipitating military hostilities. On this view, Nasser's willingness to take such risks was based on his fundamental underestimation of Israel's capacity for independent and effective military action. They need to go on a whole tangent about how Egypt closing trade at the Strait of Tiran was illegitimate. Casus belli. Why do I keep forgetting how to say this? Casus belli is what it was, right, for Israel. I'll be honest, I half paid attention to the whole stream. Detention. What is this? Casus belli, I think. Right, okay. Netanyahu is now going full genocidal. Why do we keep saying these fucking words? Okay. Let's hear what he has to say.
You must remember what Amalek has done to you, says our Holy Bible. And we do remember, and we are fighting. Our brave troops and combatants who are now in Gaza or around Gaza and in all other regions in Israel are joining this chain of Jewish heroes, a chain that has started 3,000 years ago from Joshua ben Nun until the heroes of 1948, the 6-Day War, the 73 October War, and all other wars in this country. Our hero troops, they have one supreme main goal: to completely defeat the murderous enemy and to guarantee our existence in this country. We've always said, never again. Never again is now.
Which part of this was genocidal? Is there like a keyword here that's like... Netanyahu is super disliked in Israel right now. I don't know enough about local Israeli politics to know why. If they want somebody like more farther right than him or not as right as him or what, yeah. To be fair, Amalek in the Bible were literally genocided by Israel. This is easily on the level of Hamas citing the Hadith about killing the Jew behind the trees. Amalek was the only biblical tribe that was explicitly decreed to be genocided. Comparing anyone to Amalek is like saying they're worse than Hitler. Huh, nice, okay. Destiny. Oh, wait. EM said he's Egyptian, and Destiny's not Israeli. Kind of crazy to think he could pretend to have no bias. Wait, who is EM? At EM. Oh, wait, it's a guy in chat. In YouTube chat. Have I missed a guy talking smack? Netanyahu is at 30% approval rating, down 8% from July, not even getting a war bump. I don't know the details, but he was trying to overhaul the judiciary system so the Supreme Court would need approval to meet. Interesting. He took away power from the Knesset and couldn't even keep Israel safe with all the new powers. That's why they're mad at Benji. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like in the West, I feel like everybody's looking at Netanyahu like, oh, the Jewish people are upset at Netanyahu because they want to love the Palestinians and give them a real country, blah, blah, blah. But my intuition tells me that it's probably not true. There's probably a ton of other reasons why Israeli citizens don't like Netanyahu. But I could be wrong. That was totally just my intuition. Let's say it was okay for Israel to occupy Sinai. What is your justification for Israel building settlements in Sinai? I mean, if they conquer the territory and if they take it, that would be the justification, right? I don't. Here's how I feel about settlements. Okay, this is where I'm at right now with the settlements. Okay, the reason why you build settlements in an area, the only reason why you build settlements in an area, is because you want to annex it into your territory. Okay, so Israel is building settlements in the West Bank. It's because they're looking to annex part of the territory. Oh shit! Hold on. I just had a fucking. I feel like I just had a brain blast moment, or I'm overconfident in my knowledge. Hold on. I think I just understood the reason why. If Israel's goal in the West Bank is to create settlements and kick out Palestinians, because what I was going to say was, if you want to do that, that's fine. Fuck it. Annex the territory. But if you annex the territory, you're going to have to give equal rights to everybody in that territory. But it might be the case then that what Israel is thinking is like, okay, well, we're going to continue to build settlements in the West Bank. We're going to continue to grow our population. And we're hopefully going to be able to kick Arab Palestinians out of the West Bank so that the numbers of Jewish people are like so high there that at some point they can annex it. And then the voting population of Arabs is low enough that it doesn't threaten like Jewish majority, maybe. So it's kind of like it's like a slow rolling, I don't know, you call it ethnic cleansing, or a slow rolling like dispatch of Arab Palestinians in the area so that they can annex the West Bank and then have that become part of Israel proper, give equal rights to all the people in the area, including the Arab Palestinians, but because they're such a minority, they don't threaten the Jewish majority in Israel proper, or that would become part of Israel. Maybe that's like the goal basically, or that's the plan or the ideal, but I guess that makes sense then, sure. I don't think the population growth rates make that plan possible. Sure, but that's why part of the settlement expansion is to kick Arabs out, is to hope that the Palestinians leave the West Bank and go somewhere else. Because then once enough of them have left, you can just annex the territory proper and say, well, this is part of Israel now. And then you don't have to do like the apartheid shit. You can just give them all equal rights because you're not worried about being voted out. Yeah, it's like the Israeli version of Russification, basically, kind of, right? Yeah. My mouse does the scroll thing where even scrolling down, it jumps all over the place. Did you ever find a fix, or did you just buy a new one? Yeah, you just buy like 5 mice, and then you swap them out when that shit happens. I don't know why mice break that way, but it's super common for a Logitech mice for me. But I think it happened with... No, the Death Adder had the double click problems. I don't know why. Somebody should just make like a $300 mouse. It's $300, but it works for 5 years. I would buy it. Fuck it. Oh, also, I'm sorry, one quick random thing. Swedes that do this is the most artistic in the world. If you ever get a hotel in Sweden with a big bed, it's always 2 smaller beds that are combined with this huge gaping hole in the middle. And Swedish people use 2 blankets. Even when like husband and wife, when you have married people, they use 2 blankets. It's so autistic. God, fucking Swedes. Somebody in YouTube chat said, Destiny, aren't territories gained in defensive wars yours to keep? Not really, no. How do you tuck in with only one blanket? Well, they use a different blanket for each person. Did you already get to read about the Oslo Accords in Camp David? No, not yet. Okay, let me finish with the criticism post. Egypt and Israel never signed a peace treaty after the 1948 war. It was only an armistice, so they were essentially still at war at the time, but under a ceasefire, which Israel broke in this case. Okay, hold up. This, I don't think this is a fair summary. Hold on. Now I'm feeling like this guy is shilling hard for that, which is still okay, by the way. Reading opposite shills are good. I think the vast majority, I think every reasonable human on Earth would agree that it's most likely a violation of an armistice if you start blocking waterways or blocking travel to a region. I think almost everybody would agree with that. And I think that was the, like, arguably part of the international theory at the time, was Egypt is closing our shipping lanes. They're preventing our ships from passing. I think most people would consider that a violation of an armistice. I'm pretty sure most people would agree with that. I don't think the armistice guaranteed passage through the straits to Israel. These were the main points of the agreement. The armistice demarcation line is not to be construed in any sense as a political territorial boundary and is delineated without prejudice to rights, claims, and positions to either party to the armistice as regards the ultimate settlement of the Palestine question. The armistice demarcation line was drawn for the most part along the 1922 international border between Egypt and mandatory Palestine, except to the Mediterranean Sea. The Egyptian forces besieged in the Fallujah pocket were allowed to return to Egypt with their weapons, and the area was handed over to Israeli military control. A zone on both sides of the border around Uja al-Hafir was to be demilitarized, became the seat of the bilateral armistice committee. I don't think these armistices, Constantinople Convention of 1888 guaranteed the rights of all countries to traverse the strait. This is what Egypt was in violation of in regards to that treaty. I mentioned this in the post, that Egypt was never a signatory to that convention in the first place. Egypt wasn't, but the autonomous state of Egypt that was operating under the Ottoman Empire did sign that convention, and Egypt had adhered to that convention for 70 years, right? Obviously, if you start blocking the Suez Canal, everybody's going to have an issue with that, right? Like, Destiny, yes, it's been a big contention with the Istanbul Canal. Many Western countries have wanted Turkey to stop Russia from being able to move ships through it, but Turkey and Russia have standing agreements, and a breaking that would almost certainly raise tensions greatly. Sure, and it's probably fine. I understand that. Hopefully the U.S. hasn't tried to pressure Turkey to close that lane, because I think that's probably not a good thing, right? Wow, Hermitus Rex. Thanks for the tier 5 subber, Clubber, buddy. Okay. There's a thing in international law that unless you object to a norm, you are assumed to be bound by it. In courts, really. Tier 6 when? I told Cake to implement it, but I need more. I'm supposed to like rent extra apartments above me. It's going to be the tier 6 living house where all my tier 6 suburbs will live. Look, you have a long history of anti-Jew and pro-Palestinian posts, so we know what your motives are, but here's an idea. It is possible for things to have multiple causes and actions, to have multiple justifications. It could be the case that this guy is a Palestinian or anti-Jew or anti-Zionist shill. That could be the case. Reading his post, it kind of sounds like it, but you should respond to what he says with substance. I'm glad this guy got downvoted. Just because this guy has a particular leaning or slant. Also, it might just be that he's done a lot of research and he's come up with having very incredibly pro-Palestinian or anti-Jew or anti-Zionist positions. All right, that's totally possible, reasonable. So I think like responding with substance, I think is better than just like trying to accuse somebody of being a shill. This is not a good response. If I got something wrong, feel free to point it out. When something has multiple causes, they should be stated, which is what the post is about. Waving criticism away because you don't like it is very good. Yeah, this is, yeah, okay. Destiny, as you read this, it will be abused. Egypt agreed to go to the International Court to determine legality of its closure. Okay. I mean, I'm pretty sure they would have lost on those grounds, right? There's no way that an international court would be okay with them closing that canal to people randomly, right? Oh my god, holy fucking based Elon Musk. Really? Making a slight change to creator monetization. Any posts that are corrected by community notes become ineligible for revenue share. The idea is to maximize the incentive for accuracy over sensationalism. Saves Twitter money and encourages people to be factually correct and encourages people to fact check people they don't like. That's a really good, that's a super sick change. Of all the things that Twitter has done, the community notes thing has definitely been, I think, one of the best additions. Okay, boom. Destiny. If territories obtained in defensive wars don't belong to the victors, then what's your take on the U.S. annexation of Western United States following the Mexican-American War? Okay, history knowledge is not the greatest. I'm just going to totally guess. I'm guessing dates based on peripheral knowledge. I don't know any U.S. history. I'm going to be totally honest. My guess is Mexican-American War, early 1800s? Let's see how off I am. Oh, okay, close enough. 1846, 1848, mid-1800s. There is no UN here. Pretty sure in these years, I bet if we go over to Europe, fucking Napoleon or somebody is trying to conquer everything, okay? At this point in time, we don't have international standards or conventions for how borders ought to be drawn. I'm pretty sure at this point, the world is still drawn by conquest, essentially. Meaning if you conquer it, you keep it. That's like, I'm pretty sure in 1850, I'm pretty sure that's what the rules of the world are. When was Napoleon conquering? In law, you cannot invade a country preemptively for non-armed offenses. Those go to the Security Council to determine. Egypt claimed it has the right to close the strait, and the matter was not clear-cut, which is why Israel refused. Okay. Toronto's 02. Bro, I'm going to keep banning you if you keep spamming the same comment over and over and over and over and over and over again. Please. Destiny dismissed my point yesterday by making Israel is justified in doing what it can do to defend itself from terrorist attacks. Seems like I justified nukes or some collective punishment argument. Just take your own advice with engaging with people say genuinely. Wait, what? I don't think Israel's justified in like indiscriminately killing Palestinians or killing all the Palestinian people, even killing everybody in the Gaza Strip. I don't know what. Are you connected to a VPN? I'm connected to your mom's puss. Jesus, what is this? Can you watch Hassan's reaction to the Vox vid? Why? Worth noting that the Suez Canal was not owned and operated by Egypt, but by a company with shares owned by multiple companies. Egypt had sold their shares to Britain. Egypt revoked the company's right to operate in 1956, starting the Suez Crisis. True, although when Egypt seized the canal, when they nationalized it, they did pay out the shares for whatever the closing share price was listed that day on. Is it in the Paris Stock Exchange? I don't even know how they did stock exchanges, but I'm pretty sure whatever the going price for the shares were in Paris, I believe, Egypt did pay out. Now, obviously, that's not it's still not okay to just nationalize it and say, well, we're taking it now, we'll pay you for it. But I mean, like, they didn't just steal it 100%, right? Hold on one second. Oh shit, hold on, I gotta type a short novel really quickly. Hold on. I'm almost done with my PhD thesis. I'm almost done, okay? Okay. Okay, good. Okay, okay. There you go. Whew. The best thing about today's stream is that Destiny hasn't been in the voice chat channel. Oh, huh. Thank you for reminding me. The response to that 5-paragraph essay, Destiny just... Oh, good for you. Never mind. Out of curiosity, what do you think about the JT tweet? What is the JT tweet? Who's JT? Can you check and see how many words you just typed? Probably not that many. Hold on, let's see. Oh, second thought? That guy is crazy. Wait, hold on. Sorry, fuck. Shortest. Just an addendum. Okay, boom. Good for us. You guys don't understand, okay? Netanyahu started DMing me on Twitter because he's like, I saw how much Wikipedia you're reading and I want to take foreign policy advice. And I was like, yeah, bro, I got you, dude. So I'm just kind of like typing up what I think. You know, we're arguing like 47 borders, 48 borders, are they fair? 67 borders, are they fair? He's like really reluctant to give more than he thinks he can military defend, but I'm trying to say like, well, if you do like a good faith showing to the rest of the world, you can probably build a coalition of Arab countries that'll work with you, and like the US would be behind it, and maybe even Russia. It's just, yeah, it's a lot back and forth, you know. So how many words? Okay, I typed 512 words. That's what I typed. I don't know if that, there you go. Whoever wanted to know. Okay. Tell them to hop on Discord. Discord is banned in Israel. They're not allowed to use it over there. There are conversation for community notes. Who decides the final text shown? I think you get approved to be like a community noter, and all the community noter dudes like vote on it or something, right? Isn't that how it works? Should DGG brigade the community note community? No. I have thought, I shouldn't. We're not going to, but I have thought sometimes about like brigading other communities. One thing that's really annoying to me, here's like an annoying thing that's hard to like fight against is, so when I look at somebody like Hassan's community doesn't really exist online in many places. I don't know where they are, or they're very scattered. They don't have like a collective place. But what that means is that like, if we look for instance at like the H3H3 subreddit or LSF, that's where the Hassan community kind of goes to post. So Hassan's community doesn't have like a strong gathering area online, except maybe Discord. I don't know if those are the same people. They don't have a strong subreddit, I don't know anything like that, but they inhabit these other types of online territories. But the awkward thing is that like, if I'm brought up in any of these places, Hassan fans basically are all set up there and they can fight me, shit talk me, post bullshit about me, whatever. And that's, you know, whatever. But if I want my community to go and fight there, I'm brigading, right? It's annoying because in order for me to say like, hey, we should post here or do something, it's brigading for me. It doesn't count as brigading for Hassan though, because Hassan doesn't have any community presence online. So his community naturally just lives in all the other communities. It's very irritating. It kind of puts me like in an unwinnable like online propaganda position, except for when my fans happen to post in other places or whatever. But yeah, I noticed that. I will say that in the in this subreddit though, I think a couple people, was it this one or the other one? A couple people tried to post things like shitting on me, and it seemed like there was a lot of pushback. But I never know if that's just because you guys have linked a thread or not. But you mean like how DGG has the Reddit or the site, but Hassan fans show up damn near anywhere? Kind of. I mean, my fans will show up, but like we get accused of brigading way more because people can see where we're coming from. Whereas for Hassan fans, they just like, they naturally live in like all the other communities, you know? H3 sub got purged of far lefties. Yeah, I heard that. And now they all post, there's an anti-fan sub called H3H3 underscore productions, I think is like the anti-fan sub. And they all they do is shit on Ethan and Hila here. I've watched since the beginning. Oh, and me. Ooh, Jesus. Oh, I'm glad I'm so popular to you guys. 729 comments. Since our destiny likes to brigade this sub, let's make fun of their man. Right, yeah, see, like, that's annoying. We're brigading. But it's like, who are you guys? You're all Hassan fans. But, like, you guys don't even have a home that you're coming from, so it doesn't count as brigading for you guys. You just naturally infest and infect every other community that Hassan tries to talk to. Like, it's so annoying. Yeah. But this comes up a lot in the LSF sub, where people will post that. They'll post that big web page that shows where other people are coming from, and the overlap with my subreddit is always the highest. And people are like, oh, look, that proves that Destiny brigades us more than anyone else. Like, well, no, that just proves that my community has another subreddit to go to. Clearly, LSF is like ran by like the Miz Kids, the Juicers, kind of a little bit the DGGers. We haven't been there as much recently. And then like the and then the Hasanabi heads, right? Although I don't know if they've been there as much recently either. But like it's huge factions that run LSF, but my community just happens to have another subreddit to go to, so we get blamed for brigading, even though everybody else technically, yeah. But whatever. Okay, I don't care. Complain about it. Colluding on community notes may not work super well because CN approval only goes through when people who previously disagreed agree on the quality of the note. Sure. I would never try to like collude or fuck with the community notes system. I think the community notes system works pretty well as is. I don't think I would ever want to try to like externally fuck with that or like brigade it or anything like that. LSF is kind of dying. There's just not a lot going on with Twitch these days. I mean, I think there is. The problem with LSF as a subreddit, though, is it just... I think, like, if they post-mortem the sub in a year or two, I think the issue with LSF is it just became way too insulated. And streamers... how do I feel about this? I don't feel like streamers should have ever gotten a direct line to the mods. I think that was a mistake. I know the mods have tried to do their best in keeping it open to everybody, but... I don't think that streamers should have ever been given a direct line to the mods because it basically turned LSF into like a PR subreddit for just a small group of streamers. Man. Destiny, there's a lot of pushback on Twitter. Reddit, on that second thought tweet, second thought meant how Israel is treating Palestinians and the reaction within Israel and the wider Western world rather than what you tweeted. There are other ways that you might be able to read his tweet, but I'm sorry, after his appearance and the way that they talk about Israeli settlers on that Second Thought podcast, the amount of charitability he gets from me is basically nothing. I'm sorry. Does somebody want to link that that clip from the Deprogram show, and we can just listen to them talking about like that all Israelis are settlers real quick? We can listen to it so I can pair it with this if you're just watching this and you haven't heard it. So the retweet that he had was, when I was younger, I could never understand how normal, ordinary Germans could have supported, actively or passively, the Holocaust. I think I understand now. I feel like the implication here is Israel is treating Palestinians so horribly that we should like kill all of Israel, or we can understand why people want to kill all of Israel. But like, I think he's kind of lost the right to have any amount of charitability applied to him there when he's on like shows like talking about shit like this.
And thank you very much. He says, did the Palestinians actually take civilian hostage, or is that fake news? I don't care.
Yeah, the occupiers are not civilians. That is what it comes down to. Like, if imagine, like if
sorry, go on.
Germany, let's say Germany, to be non-controversial, invaded the United States, and they said, you know what, Cincinnati, Ohio is our ancestral home, and everyone knows that's blatantly false, but they take your home, they murder your grandma, they bulldoze like your neighbor's house. Are those people civilians there? No, they're occupiers, and those are criminals. Yeah. There are no civilians there in the illegal military occupation.
No.
There are no civilians in the illegal military operation. He's essentially the argument, the justification here. This is carte blanche to kill every single Israeli citizen. There are no civilians. It's all military personnel, right? I'm not even reaching. That's just the argument that he's given, right?
So that's number one, very beautifully put. Number two, much more importantly, the track record of Palestinians has been 1,000 times better than that of the Israeli occupation, despite the fact that Israeli occupation does not need to brutalize. They already have all the power, but they still choose to do far worse. The worst that will happen to a person in Palestinian custody is that they're going to be like auctioned off for a prisoner swap, which is the historic track record also. Sent Faisal, thank you very much. He says, did the Palestinians...
So yeah, I'm not giving this guy any amount of charitability. Like, that's wild. Why would I ever be charitable to this guy? And then obviously Hassan goes on the same podcast and...
Speaking of which, tell us, Hakim, you're the closest. Tell us, what the fuck is going on?
Very base things. This will be incredibly hard.
So what the fuck is going on is referring to the October 7th attacks, and the response was very based things, okay?
Speaking of which, tell us, Hakim, you're the closest. Tell us, what the fuck is going on?
Very base things. This will be incredibly hard to do without getting bleeped or getting the stream taken.
Or Hassan was in chat during this podcast, yeah.
Down. So I'm gonna what's it called? Mind my words a little bit. TLDR, basically a unexpected operation from a united front of sorts from Gaza that has launched itself into the neighboring areas, which of course the entire nation is Palestine, but for all intents and purposes right now, just to make it more simple, they've attacked certain settlements in what is termed now Israel. And they've made lots of headway. They've made an impressive amount of headway. By the way, the live, the amount of people watching, this is the first time we've had such an amount, no? We're up to like 1,450 or something.
Hey, nice. Howdy, everybody. I think that's our highest yet.
I hate all of you motherfuckers.
Hey, look.
It's okay.
It's Hassan.
You get a kiss from
Hassan's
me.
in chat.
No.
That's why.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, hey, Hassan.
All right. Hey, what up?
Hey, partner.
All right, that makes sense. Mohammed Zaman sent Faisal, thank you very much. He says, did the Palestinians actually take civilian hostage, or is that fake news? I don't care.
Yeah, the occupiers are not civilians. That is what it
Oh, that's the same from the last time, yeah.
Like if
Sorry, go on.
Germany, let's say Germany, to be non-controversial, invaded the United States, and they said, you know what, Cincinnati, Ohio is our ancestral home, and everyone knows that's blatantly false, but they take your home, they murder your grandma, they bulldoze like your neighbor's house. Are those people civilians there? No, they're occupiers, and those are criminals. There are no civilians.
The baby settlers.
My attention to some of the evil takes I've heard folks making about Israelis.
Did the Palestinians actually take civilian hostage, or is that fake news? I don't care.
Yeah.
As the bodies are still bleeding out, he's saying this is what liberation struggle looks like. Beheading babies, burning families alive. Solidarity and victory to the Palestinian people. This is pro-Hamas. This man is supporting Hamas.
I think his position...
Just called babies militants.
No, I understand. And there are baby settlers as well. But there are
baby settlers.
Well, but there are baby settlers as well. There are babies in the settlement subjected to as well.
Normalizing, murdering civilians.
He has no capacity to do.
I understand you think it's silly.
I do.
But again,
and then Hassan is like laughing about this while he fake crocodile cries later on. God, I hate him. I actually hate him as a person. Oh, he's such a disgusting fuck human being. Okay. We don't need to be on a tangent this much. Do you see those videos from Dagestan? Supposedly a lynch mob was formed to look for Jews they suspected of being in a hotel in their town. Oh, no, I haven't seen it. I don't know. Maybe not. What Hassan did during the stream was some of the most unhuman shit, yeah. Hey, Destiny, who would you say is the worst person morality-wise that you've been charitable towards? Morality-wise? It would almost have to certainly be, in terms of just like their personal actions and not like how much do they affect the world, probably either Lav or Max, leaning towards Lav.
Research if you're not like a dumb fucking cunt who was obsessed with being an edgy revolutionary dipshit, and he's not. He's a fucking himbo millionaire living in LA. He doesn't know any of this shit. He's never been in a fucking communist party. He's a fucking retard.
The Second Thought guy used to give speeches for, I think, like the communist channel on YouTube too. I don't know if he still has them. Kevil's actually sent me videos of this. I don't know if they're still up or not, but he used to do like YouTube videos for them. I think the online leftists forget what jihad really is. LOL, bin Laden literally uses U.S. support of Israel as some of the reasoning for jihad in the U.S. How are you leaning towards Lav when Max is continuously adding people on Twitter that talk about you linking his manifesto? Because I feel like Max is crazy. And I think Max actually believes the things that he says about me. I think. Lav, I don't think she's crazy. I think she's just unbelievably self-centered and kind of evil. Yeah. Max, in effect, is evil. Like, I would say his actions are worse than Lav's, but I think Lav should know better. Max is fucking crazy. Max is like a sociopath, like murder manipulator type archetype. Lav should know better, but... Second thought, Ukraine war. He made this video for CP USA, International Department. I didn't actually watch this whole video. I wonder what he says about this.
In late February of 2022, Russia officially began what it has since called its special military operation in Ukraine. While this event marked a significant escalation in violence between the two countries, it was not where the conflict began. Nearly a decade ago, the United States and European imperialist powers backed a far-right coup in Ukraine that overthrew the elected government and installed a puppet regime on the border of the US's Cold War rival.
What an unbelievable series of totally baseless statements. Every single thing he just said there was untrue. Far right, military coup, backed by the US. None of those things are true, but...
At the time, this was seen as a clear provocation by the United States, and an attempt to gain a foothold to launch an eventual proxy war in the region.
That's not true either. We already have countries. All three of the Baltics are bordering Russia. We already have those if we want to stage an invasion. Or we just fucking shoot shit from Turkey. Like...
A reality which has been conveniently swept under the rug in recent years. But even this thinly veiled threat cannot be considered the true beginning of the conflict. We'd have to go all the way back to the illegal dissolution of the Soviet Union to really understand the root of the problem.
The illegal dissolution of the Soviet Union. You do not have a right to declare independence from your Soviet oppressors.
The undermining and eventual destruction of the original socialist project. The brutal and sadistic economic shock therapy that followed. And the fragmenting of what had once been a strong and united people. The moment the Second World War ended, the United States began preparing for conflict with this burgeoning new economic power. The Soviet Union was rightly seen as a shining alternative to capitalism, and was a ray of hope for millions of average people around the world. And so the United States began its long process of trying to kill this hope, drafting war plans, and even considering a preemptive nuclear strike.
What is the reference? Like, what are we referring to for any of this? Like, what? Fuck, I haven't watched this video. God, fuck me. 4 more minutes of this. Oh, God. I don't know why. Okay, I don't know why I clicked this. It's just, I'm literally just riling myself up. Like a fucking retard. That's what I am.
This is the context in which we must analyze the Russia-Ukraine conflict. What tends to get lost in mainstream coverage of this war, or any conflict that benefits the imperialist powers, is the human cost of war. Those who sign the papers and make the decrees that send entire generations into the meat grinder will never hold a gun themselves. They'll never lose a child to geopolitical jockeying. Their lifestyle won't be affected. They won't lose their homes to shelling. Their pantries will remain stocked. And their water will always be clean. But that is not the reality for the people being sent to fight, and the loved ones they're desperately trying to protect from pointless escalation and random acts of cruelty inspired by the hate and bitterness of war. As with any active conflict, exact numbers are closely guarded by the combatants. But there's no hiding all the footage that makes its way to Telegram, Twitter, and other more democratized online news sources. Conservatively, tens of thousands of people have been killed since last year, including civilians, as
Keep in mind, for everything he's talking about, this is Russia invading Ukraine, right? But notice how he'll never actually say that. It's always like, soldiers being sent, blah, 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 with the implication that, like, Ukrainian soldiers are the ones being sent, or Ukrainian soldiers are the ones being forced to fight by the West, right? He never actually brings that. It is a Russian invasion, you know?
well as mercenaries flying in from Western countries to hunt their fellow human beings for sport.
Yeah.
We've seen horrific footage
Wow, Edmund, thanks for the $20.
Of homes destroyed, bodies burned beyond recognition, and what looks like evidence of chemical weapons. War is a dirty, bloody business, and it only benefits the ruling class of the involved nations. The conscripts shipped off to fight in some leveled city have no chance of elevated status. Their lives won't be improved by butchering their fellow workers. They will be lucky to return home at all, and most of them with scars both physical and mental that will haunt them for the rest of their lives. Meanwhile, those at the top talk of democracy, freedom, national determination, and invoke some mythologized past to fool the peasants into thinking they're dying for a noble cause. They are not. There must be a peaceful resolution to this conflict. We have seen in recent months that the United States remains the primary obstacle to peace in the region. As China attempts to broker a peaceful resolution, the US and its lackeys call ever more loudly for increased weapons shipments and greater Western involvement. Thankfully, this conflict has coincided with the sharpening of contradictions surrounding the US. The once untouchable global hegemon is losing its grip on the rest of the world. Countless Latin American and African countries have broken ties with the US and accepted more mutually beneficial trade agreements with China. Even those countries which the US expects to be loyal, like France, are expressing doubts that the United States is a reliable partner, and are beginning to shift towards the East. What we see as a result is a desperate attempt by the US and its staunchest allies to weaken its economic adversaries by encouraging proxy wars in Eastern Europe and Asia. So far, China...
We are encouraging the proxy wars, by the way. Remember, Russia, in case you forgot, it hasn't been mentioned ever. I don't even know if he said Russia. Russia are the ones invading, by the way.
Has not taken the bait, and instead has stepped into Europe and Asia. So far, China has not taken the bait, and instead has stepped into its role as a key negotiator, recently securing peace between Iran and Saudi Arabia, contributing greatly to ending the war in Yemen, and now, with any luck, helping to peacefully resolve the Russia-Ukraine conflict. It has become increasingly apparent that as the US empire declines, it will become ever more violent and militaristic, a dangerous situation for the rest of the world, as the United States remains the only country on Earth to have used nuclear weapons on human beings. And they did it not once, but twice. The Communist Party of the United States, and the masses of people both here and around the world...
Nuclear weapons aren't even like the worst thing that happened in World War II. Like...
...world must call unanimously...
Off topic, what do you think of Vosh's takes on this topic? Have you seen anything? Because Vosh like mirror copied so much of himself off of me, at least as of like 3 or 4 years ago, he manages to somehow hold on to okay-ish foreign policy takes. Obviously his whole community and like the social ideology he's a part of like pulls him to the left more and more and more. But of all the left-leaning people, Vosh probably has some of the most okay-ish, I said very hesitantly, okay-ish foreign policy takes.
For an end to US involvement not just in Ukraine, but in the South China Sea, in Africa, in Latin America, and everywhere the US war machine has extended its tendrils. We must unequivocally say no to US involvement and no to imperialist war, always. Enough blood has been spilled desperately trying to maintain an economic order that does not serve the people. Capitalism and imperialism remain the greatest evils of our time. And if we are to secure a better future for all of us, it must be dismantled. And we can start by demanding a peaceful resolution to the conflict in Ukraine.
God, I hate people like this. This is the true test of liberalism, is allowing fuckers like this to live here peacefully. It actually is unbelievable. To simp that hard for another country. And to lie so much about your own. Okay. I don't know why. How did we get on this tangent of fucking second thought, this fucking loser? Okay, don't care. Might watch this later. We finished reading that guy's criticism of my subreddit. We're starting with the Golan Heights today in the 6-Day War. I think we can get through, hopefully, to the end of the Yom Kippur War today. Is it Yom Kippur or Yom Kippur? It's Yom Kippur, I think, right? Vetbro here. Have a little knowledge about demining. Have been thinking about going to assist Ukraine, but family is against it. I get that they're worried about it, but what would you do? Personally, I would think that probably your obligation is first to your family. Like, if you were to go over and die, I don't know if that's... If it was like your own country, I would say, fuck it, die for your country. But for another country, even Ukraine, as much as I support them, I would say it's Yom Kippur. Fuck me, dude. How do you pronounce this? Yom Kippur. Pronounce. Your TikTok with Mr. Beat about liberals being good is an unhinged mess. What do you think is unhinged? Liberals are awesome. They're better than whatever the fuck you think. Das Nak, tell me.
We are looking at...
God, I hate this fucking channel. How does it get the SEO to be first on every search?
African countries. But it all fell apart when the Yom Kippur War broke out.
Yom Kippur? Yom Kippur? The comments are unhinged on that TikTok. Wait, really? Oh, wait, is it on my TikTok or link my TikTok?
Yom Kippur.
Why would you give me the... Oh my god, this guy.
We are looking at Kippur, as in Yom Kippur.
Yom Kippur.
Once you know Yom Kippur, and now you know. More videos here on how to pronounce more names from the Hebrew Bible, whose pronunciations aren't always obvious.
Yom Kippur.
People say cut a liberal and a fascist, please.
Communism and socialism are both economic models, not political ideologies. I love Destiny, but he fumbled a bit here. Okay, on communism, you're absolutely wrong. On socialism, you're, in effect, almost completely wrong. To say that socialism is only an economic model and doesn't apply any sort of political organization, like, even capitalism implies some level of political organization. For instance, it would be hard for me to imagine, like, a monarch with a capitalist government. Or a capitalist economy. A real monarch, not like a play monarch like in the UK. Or actually, even if anything, that supports my point, right? Like, or it'd be hard to imagine like an authoritarian dictatorship. Unless the capitalist was literally just like the state, I guess. Like in China's case, you can argue China's like a state capitalist country. But communism and socialism generally imply things relating to political organization as well. But also, they suck economically anyways. Wait, so what do I... Actually, but even if we just talk about it economically, they suck. So, hold on. People say cut a liberal and a fascist, please. Liberals were the ones that beat the goddamn Nazis, okay? We did.
The
communists
or the socialists, all these motherfuckers wanted to make alliances with the Nazis.
True,
they did.
did.
With Molotov, Ribbentrop, whatever. They did it. And then afterwards, a lot of these fucking lefties will point out like, oh, what about Operation Paperclip, where we took all the Nazis and we brought some literal scientists to capture their knowledge and everything. But also, the Soviet Union did the exact same thing, and they took more than us. I don't know how to pronounce it, but it's like Kim or whatever. This operation, they took over 2,000 of those German scientists, and they took them into their country. So the idea that the United States was alone in this, taking something, like, you have to take the researchers, otherwise they'll all go to the other team. I mean, like, what are you gonna do? I mean, other than all the researchers?
Steal
like,
their information. That's what you do. You steal their information.
Yeah, but I mean, that's basically what we did by bringing them over, right?
Well,
Bro doesn't know much about history. What did I say that was wrong? This is the most baseline knowledge, historical take I've ever had that this was sharing. Okay, what was wrong? Destiny never heard of Gladio. Nope. Operation Gladio was the codename for the clandestine stay-behind operations of armed resistance that were organized by the Western Union, founded in 1948, secondly by NATO and by the CIA, in collaboration with the Western Union, also the Brussels Treaty Organization, to the Italian branch of the NATO state-behind organization. While the use of assassination, psychological warfare, and false flag operations to delegitimize left-wing parties in Western European countries. What does that have to do with anything I said? It's so clear why Destiny talks to people who know nothing. I like how this criticism is always levied at me, and then when I finally end up talking to your favorite content creator online, we realize that he's actually a fucking moron. He thinks the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact was actually real? Okay. We turned a boat of Jews around. Cut a liberal and a fascist bleeds is a great saying and oh so accurate. Thank you. How are these people on my fucking... We need to do more liberal stuff, okay? What are these lefties doing on my fucking TikTok? All right, not good. You should ask TikTok for debates? Yeah. Boom, boom, boom. It's Ribbentrop. TikTok is like 90% lefties. Parts of it, but there's also parts of TikTok that are like hardcore fucking far right crazy shit too. Okay, Destiny, but Stalin was going to invade Germany at some point? I don't know if I believe that. It's Yom Kippur. Yom Kippur. Yom Kippur. Ooh. Hold on, apparently Mel fucked her shit up. One second. Okay. Yeah, we fixed it. If you ever have problems with tech, just restart everything, okay? It's always the... Why did you link me this paper? Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists. The Lavon Affair, how a false flag operation led to war and the Israeli bomb. A 1954 covert Israeli operation right against Egypt. Okay, link me this when we finish. What do you think about the U.S. getting the data from inhuman experiments in Japan in return for not prosecuting the scientists? I think we've talked about this back and forth in the stream in the past. I think that if the data are fuck, I don't know what we decided. The arguments back and forth are if the data exists and people have suffered for it, you might as well use it. But then the other argument is is if you do use it, you encourage it in the future. I don't know what the correct answer is there. I'm like 50-50 on it. I could be probably persuaded either direction. I don't have a strong feeling about it. The science was just garbage. Yeah, but we didn't know that until after we got it and saw it, right? But the yeah, my understanding is when we were looking through, especially like a lot of the hypothermia data and shit from the German Nazi scientists, that the testing and the data collection and recording was like really garbage. Okay, how to type another thesis. What are your thoughts on the casting of Pedro Pascal for the 2025 Minecraft movie? Why was I linked this? 4 comments. Is there gonna be a Minecraft movie? This must be a rumor, right? This is like a meme. What are your thoughts on this? Sorry if you saw it already. Oh, bro, I ain't translating. Okay, fucking moon script. All right. I guess since this is modern, we can watch this quickly and then we'll, or 17 minutes, and then we'll go back to reading stuff.
Is a cup from which every living thing must drink. Death is a cup from which every living thing must drink. Following the deadly Hamas attack in October, Israeli forces have pushed south, and up to 300,000 reservists have been called up. The Israeli military has now set its sights on the Gaza Strip. However, ominous signs are growing on its northern border with Lebanon. Hezbollah has vowed to stand by Hamas and has threatened to open a second and third front to Israel's north. Already, Israel and Hezbollah have traded missiles, and a handful of troops on both sides have been killed. Civilians in the vicinity are getting ready for wider hostilities. In South Lebanon, the roads heading north are congested with traffic jams. People are fleeing, making way for a gruesome conflict that might just set the entire Middle East on fire. Hezbollah has roughly 130,000 rockets and missiles, and it could use that firepower to overwhelm Israel's air defenses and destroy Israeli bases and critical infrastructure, including presumed nuclear weapons facilities in northern Israel. So, yeah, as bad as things seem in Gaza, this is the Middle East, where things can always go from bad to worse. The Israeli strikes on Gaza, Syria, and the West Bank are being widely covered in the media, with more than 200 sources reporting on the threat of these strikes igniting other fronts. These reports are being shared on social media around the world, leading to yet another type of conflict, an information war. On this channel, we prioritize diligent research rather than speed. We check multiple credible sources, and we try to capture nuance and complexity by seeking out claims from all sides. All of this takes time, but one of the best tools we have to make this more accessible is ground news. They collect thousands of sources from around the world and across the political spectrum in one place. Right now, they have a detailed timeline of events showing how the media has covered the conflict, starting with the attack on October 7th. But on this issue, it's not just about left and right. There are national interests at stake. For example, I can see that 12% of sources covering the recent strikes were government affiliated. If I look at specific headlines, I can see that a source associated with the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps suggests that Israeli strikes are motivated by the United States. This is how governments attempt to win the information war. A Ground News unlimited access membership is about $5 a month if you use my link ground.news/Caspian.
Did he? I don't know if I mentioned this. These people contacted me about like a sponsorship once. Has anybody used Ground News before? I'm always like, I've been like so mind fucked about people saying things that's like, oh, we're like an unbiased, we cover everything fairly, blah blah blah. Like it seems like it always yeah, I'm just like so poisoned against
at 30% off. You can also subscribe to their Pro plan for as little as $1 a month. I find it more valuable now than ever in this conflict involving ancient rivalries where outside powers are competing for their own interests. Because if you accept any one narrative as the full story, you're going to miss the bigger picture. Israel is getting ready to flex its muscles.
Listen, I'm live streaming on kick.com/destiny. A lot of people on YouTube are saying that like the stream is lagging and there's weird stuff happening. I can't do anything about that. I have 0 frame drops, 0 data drops. I don't know what's, I don't know why YouTube is being weird, but it's not on my end, so I can't do anything about it. I don't think I can.
You're going to miss the bigger picture. Israel is getting ready to flex its muscles and show its teeth. This video shows a massive amount of Mk-84 general-purpose bombs that will be put onto Israeli fighter jets and likely dropped over Gaza. Each of these bombs weighs about 900 kilograms, and each is capable of creating a crater that is 15 meters wide and 10 meters deep. These bombs are equipped with JDAM guidance, which allows them to be guided toward relocatable targets from both bombers and fighter jets.
Those are the hospital seekers. That's what JDAM stands for, but it's like in Hebrew or something, but it stands for hospital-seeking missiles.
Upon impact, the bombs can penetrate up to 38 centimeters of metal and up to 3 meters of concrete. The amount of bombs in the video is enough to level Gaza City. As if pounding neighborhoods in Gaza is not enough, the Israeli military is also setting the stage to launch a full-scale ground invasion into the northern half of the Gaza Strip. This is where things could go horribly wrong. Hamas is believed to have around 40,000 fully trained soldiers, and since it's battling on its own turf, it will have the defender's advantage. The Gaza Strip is riddled with underground tunnels, ambush sites, and concealed outposts equipped with ATGMs to destroy incoming Israeli tanks and vehicles. Gaza is also considered one of the most densely packed urban areas in the world, so house-to-house fighting in Gaza could get real ugly real fast. To give color to the military setting, Israel has fought Hamas 4 times before, in 2006, 2008, 2012, and as recently as 2021. Each conflict, however, ended indecisively. Hamas took a beating, but it retained complete control over Gaza. All the same, the Israelis say this time will be different, and it certainly looks that way. Up to 300,000 reservists have been called up, and government officials have vowed to destroy Hamas once and for all. Israel is now in the offing to deploy its military on a scale not seen before. However, as grim as these developments are, Hamas is not the main player. Plenty of vultures are circling the area, looking for easy pickings and new opportunities. About 200 kilometers to the north is Lebanon, which hosts Hezbollah. Backed by Iran in funding, planning, and expertise, Hezbollah is one of the world's deadliest non-state actors, certainly the most heavily armed one. Since the 1990s, it has grown from a band of ragtag guerrilla rebels into a powerful fighting force numbering around 100,000 strong, according to the group's leader, Hassan Nasrallah. Having fought in Syria, Iraq, and Yemen, Hezbollah is battle-hardened, and that counts for something. Its troops are trained like an army and equipped like a state. The group is believed to have received financial backing from Iran to the tune of $700 million every year. For a non-state actor, that is a mind-boggling amount of money. Hezbollah is also armed with a large and diverse stockpile of unguided artillery rockets.
Wait, what was that? Dollar? Hold on.
Its troops are trained like an army, Iraq, 100,000 strong, according to the group's leader, Hassan Nasrallah. Having fought in Syria, Iraq, and Yemen, Hezbollah is battle-hardened, and that counts for something. Its troops are trained like an army and equipped like a state. The group is believed to have received financial backing from Iran to the tune of $700 million every year.
Oh, jeez.
For a non-state actor, that is a mind-boggling amount of money. Hezbollah is also armed with a large and diverse stockpile of unguided artillery rockets, as well as ballistic, anti-air, anti-tank, and anti-ship missiles. Its capacity for a sustained conflict overshadows that of Hamas many times over. If Israel's ground operation in Gaza does irreparable damage to Hamas, Hezbollah and Iran might be persuaded to intervene and rescue their ally in the Gaza Strip. However, since neither Iran nor Hezbollah has the air or ground forces capable of reaching Gaza, intervention would come mainly in the form of drones, rockets, and missiles. In a nutshell, Hezbollah is estimated to have an arsenal of roughly 130,000 rockets and missiles, a number that dates to 2018 and probably has grown since. Either way, that is more firepower than some of the member states of NATO. Speaking from Lebanon on October 13th, Iran's foreign minister Hossein Amir Abdollahian said there was every possibility of a second front if Israel's blockade of Gaza were to continue. If the gloves come off and Hezbollah joins the fight, it would turn the hostilities into a multi-front conflict for Israel, Hamas in the south and Hezbollah in the north. To boot, even Syria would get drawn into the fight since Hezbollah is deeply involved in the Syrian civil conflict, which means that Hezbollah's involvement would open two fronts simultaneously, one from South Lebanon and one from the Syrian-controlled part of the Golan Heights. Clearly, this would mark a point of no return. On day one, some 130,000 rockets would fly over Israel, resulting in tens of thousands of casualties. Israel would then have no choice but to let loose the full power of its air force. South Lebanon would be decimated in retaliation. The body count would stack up. Civilian casualties would be an afterthought at this point. Israel would then have to move into Beirut to topple the government. By this point, Syria and even Iran would fully take part in the fight as well. Fortunately, things are not at this stage yet, but the situation sits on a knife's edge. Israel has already deployed tens of thousands of troops to the border with Lebanon. It has struck the airports in Damascus and Aleppo. At the same time, Hezbollah has fired missiles into Israel, attempted to infiltrate Israeli towns, and launched drone attacks across the border. Things haven't been this tense in years. One miscommunication on either side and the setting could quickly spiral. Still more, the United States has deployed an aircraft carrier strike group to the eastern Mediterranean. The USS Gerald R. Ford is the world's largest aircraft carrier and the largest warship ever constructed. It can field 75 aircraft, including F-35C jets. Its naval task is made up of 5 guided missile ships, 4 destroyers, and 1 cruiser. Altogether, it packs one heck of a punch, and its presence in the vicinity is meant to deter Hezbollah and other groups from jumping into the fight. In case the message wasn't clear enough, Washington is now sending a second aircraft carrier strike group to the eastern Mediterranean, led by the USS Dwight D. Eisenhower. Using these deployments, America hopes it can prevent the conflict from expanding. However, Iran did not build up Hamas over the years, only to leave it alone to deal with Israel's devastating counteroffensive. In the 11th hour, Hezbollah would likely wait for Israel's invasion of Gaza and then launch a surprise attack at a time of its own choosing. Back in 2006, when hostilities erupted in the Gaza Strip and Israel launched a ground operation, Hezbollah launched an attack of its own, 2 weeks after the Israeli assault. To everyone's surprise, Hezbollah mounted sophisticated swarming attacks against the Israelis. It also put its rockets and missiles to work, firing almost 4,000 projectiles at Israel over a month. Today, Hezbollah's military capacity is believed to have grown tenfold since the last military encounter 17 years ago. Moreover, while in 2006, Hezbollah's stockpile mostly consisted of inaccurate rockets, the group has since gathered a vast arsenal of precision-guided munitions thanks to friends in
Doing
Tehran.
the Mediterranean Sea now. I thought I got an email with that where somebody said that hold on. I thought that somebody said that the carrier deployment we've had now is just like scheduled stuff that we've always been doing. That it's not like a special thing. Is that true or is that not true? One in the Mediterranean, one down by Somalia.
Of Hezbollah's new missiles are capable of hitting.
I just haven't looked at that. Like I said, I'm not up to date on anything modern or current right now. So the first one is, the second one isn't.
10 meters of their designated targets, and the bulk of these weapons are placed in concealed sites among the orange and banana plantations that are spread across southern Lebanon. So, to neutralize Hezbollah's threat of rockets and missiles, the Israelis would need to deploy into Lebanon and occupy the area. However, doing so would be tricky, even with the air superiority brought about by the Americans. Lebanon has mountainous terrain perfect for ambushes and attrition warfare. What's more, Hezbollah has long-range anti-ship missiles that could target the U.S. aircraft carrier strike group in the vicinity. Whether these attacks could actually succeed is another story, but the point is that Hezbollah did not have such capabilities in the last war. It would therefore be a mistake to measure Hezbollah by its 2006 settings. Times have changed, and the group has gotten more robust and more capable. The Hezbollah of today will not necessarily confine itself to a defensive strategy. It could flip the script and take on a proactive battle plan. By use of range, terrain, experience, and sheer number, Hezbollah could launch a decoy swarm attack using inaccurate rockets and then follow through using its precision-guided missiles to strike at Israeli bases and critical infrastructure, including the 3 alleged nuclear assembly facilities in northern Israel. Yeah, blowing up nuclear facilities, that's the level of destruction we're at. And the thing is, it is easier for Hezbollah to strike an Israeli nuclear facility than it is for the Israelis and Americans to attack Iran's nuclear facilities. So, conflict with Hezbollah could quickly become a nasty fight where we could see tower for tower carnage. No wonder part of Iran's strategy has been to use Hezbollah to keep Israel permanently on edge. However, if Hezbollah and Iran have such an advantage, then why haven't they already unleashed hell? What's stopping full-out armed conflict? Well, for one, Hezbollah has some trouble at home. Lebanon as a state is barely hanging on. The country is in the midst of an economic crisis. Its currency has lost nearly 100% of its value in recent years. This hasn't affected the finances of Hezbollah, though. Its fighters
the
are
DoD
paid
said
in
it was a
dollars.
posture change for both.
However,
Gotcha.
the economic crisis in Lebanon affects Hezbollah's decision-making since it is legally part of the Lebanese government and has been since 2005. Conflict with Israel would throw Lebanon into an economic meltdown and likely affect Hezbollah's political standing for the worse. Even a rogue organization such as Hezbollah needs some public support to hold on to its parliamentary seats. Ultimately, though, whether Hezbollah gets involved or not depends on its patron, Iran. Since taking over the presidency in 2021, Ibrahim Raisi has taken an increasingly hard line in foreign policy. His cabinet is filled with former generals, people who know only the hammer as a tool and see everything as a nail. Iran has since taken a belligerent stance against Afghanistan, Turkey, Azerbaijan, the United Arab Emirates, and yes, Israel. However, Raisi's political turn to the right has certain restrictions. Employing Hezbollah's vast rocket and missile arsenal would mean exhausting it as leverage for years to come. At present, one of the most compelling strategic reasons dissuading Israel or the United States from launching an assault on Iran's nuclear facilities is the firepower of Hezbollah. Employing that firepower in the current Gaza conflict would mean depleting it as a means of deterrence, thereby neutralizing its role as a deterrent. Doing so would then leave Iran open and exposed to devastating aerial bombardment by the Americans. So, while the Iranians are talking tough, strategically, they may want to preserve Hezbollah's rocket arsenal in order to save themselves from destruction. That's something to think about. Given this, the handful of missiles that Hezbollah has fired at northern Israel to date can be seen as a means to complicate Israeli operations by raising the specter of a northern front without actually opening one. Conflict in Gaza could still trigger a regional war, but Hezbollah and Iranian officials know that Israel can hammer them even if wounded or distracted. Israel has Hamas in the crosshairs, and it is not open to negotiation. Iran and Hezbollah can either steer clear of the line of fire or—
Hold on, I'm so sorry. Someone in YouTube chat said, Iran is belligerent. We drone striked a member of their military within their borders like 4 years ago. Who's really belligerent? We didn't drone strike a member, just a member of their military. It was the head of their, like, side, you know, like, foreign military service, right? The IRGC. It wasn't in their borders and Iraqi borders. Also, whether or not we should or shouldn't have, it wasn't randomly, because this guy had been responsible for American deaths abroad and deaths all over the Middle East, because that's what they do with the IRGC, okay? So not to say whether it was right or wrong, but I'm just saying you're presenting that very one-sidedly. We didn't just randomly kill a random dude in the random Iranian military in their country, okay? I don't even think it was Iran. No, it was Soleimani was the Iran IRGC leader, but it was in an Iraqi airport. I think at Baghdad, but...
Or join the battle. Tehran has built up Hamas into the danger it is, but Hezbollah is the one rocking the stage and stealing the show. As a proxy, it is too important to lose. Iran cannot afford it. If push comes to shove—
You're talking about the Quds Force? Is the Quds Force part of the IRGC? It's one of the 5 branches of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard. Wait, was Soleimani the head of the Quds Force or the head of the IRGC? Wait, I could be incorrect on that. I'm sorry. Let me check. I'm not even going to try to spell this guy's name correctly. Oh, he was the commander of the Quds Force, which is part of the IRGC. My bad. Similar-ish, but okay.
It is usually better to give up a pawn if it means protecting a rook. I've been your host Shirvan from Caspian Report, so if you haven't yet subscribed, now is a good time to do so. Just remember to click the bell icon, otherwise you'll still be missing out on our latest content. Thank you for watching, and Saro.
Wow, what a great guy. Okay, I need to go take care of something. It might take me like 15-20 minutes. I don't know if I should pause my stream or if I should just end and come back. Just pause. I would play music, but I'm so paranoid that like some random shit is gonna get like copyright hit. Oh, I just play my. Actually, wait. What's my Destiny composition challenge playlist? Turn on donos. I think that the guys that were working on the voice dono stuff are. Oh fuck, that's not here. I think that server shut down. That's why I've been reading them all. Yeah, the YouTube shit is kind of fucked right now. Wait, what is... does anybody have a link to my YouTube playlist? Do you see the extras Robert's taking down from copyright? Yeah, it happens sometimes. Put on League. Shut up, Big Use. Alright, I'll be right back. Be careful, don't die.
almost erased, clear blue. How do I make it out alive? But I'm more than alive. Oh, I want to
What the fuck? Weird.
and I'm over, I'm over. stay, knocked down a peg, waiting for contact. And then it's lost from where I made good friends with you. Playing things safe.
Obama.
Should have just fucking cut my stream and restreamed, you fucking losers. He likes to talk about you. Maybe bring him on stream. Hold up. Oh, this
Destiny
guy?
guy has to.
I mean, if he wants to. I don't know if this guy would ever come on stream though. Also, how are we supposed to argue over whether like I'm obsessed with Hassan? Is that the?
To be a psyop. There's like literally no other explanation. Without fail, every time Hassan does anything, he, like literally this was within 2 minutes. He responds. It's crazy. He's like, oh, I don't cover the breaking news when Hassan was like, you know, doing stuff about Gaza, right?
Like, what's your point, Destiny? Actually, Hassan has said he doesn't cover breaking news.
He really does just like consume all of your thoughts. It's so fun. It's so weird. It's so weird. This is every Destiny fan. They'll like literally watch a hospital get bombed and be like,
Oh wait, I'm sorry. We watched this earlier today too.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't know. What is this guy? Effort post. Half of the posts on the sub currently are deranged, pro-Israel posts, and we are engaging in selective empathy. Destiny should speak up to condemn this type of poor thinking more explicitly. Okay, let's read this. My subreddit has been insanely pro-Israel the past like week or two, so this might be a good thread. There's a thread blowing up on you at enlightened centrism. Oh boy. Destiny adds to the discussion with some genocide denial. Based. Blow up. Huge. Yes. What is this like a... This must be like a lefty subreddit, huh? Destiny hates the idea of non-white population growth and thinks that their population being decreased is a good thing. This argument boils my blood so much. First of all, it fails to understand what genocide is. Second of all, it almost seems like they are offended by the increase in Palestinian population. I don't understand how people could see arguments like this and see anything other than white supremacy. 369 upvotes. He's literally Islamophobic. What does Islamophobia have to do with brown people or non-white population and white supremacy? This just says population growth, nothing about birth rates. Population can also go up as people are sequestered and concentrated in a single area by an oppressive force. This is like seeing that the number of prisoners in Nazi death camps near the end of the Nazi regime is higher than the number of prisoners at the very beginning of the regime and being like, wow, a pretty ineffective death camp. They somehow have more prisoners than what they started with. Do you think there were more or less people in the death camps by the end of the genociding of the Holocaust? Slave populations increased in the U.S. over time, therefore, well, wait, yeah. I would never say the United States was not genociding slaves when we enslaved them. That, I would agree with that, correct. The slave population was increasing, we weren't genociding them. No, it was slavery. Why would you genocide your slaves? Like, what? Destiny's both Islamophobic and anti-Semitic, making the most balanced observer. True. Have you read what Lemkin argued for? Provide some context to understand what is meant by destroy, at least from his perspective. I have not. What he means by destroying Israel? The definition convention of the prevention and punishment of the crime of genocide. I like how he bolds so much of this, but he misses the most important part. In whole or in part, killing members of a group, causing seriously bodily or mentally harm, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction, in whole or in part. It's the intent. That is the most important part of the genocide. I don't know if you can unintentionally genocide people. The whole point of why it's the worst crime ever is because you're intentionally trying to destroy an entire group of people. It's the intent part. He didn't even highlight that. Ethnic cleansing is just a bland euphemism for genocide. I think ethnic cleansing can mean just like deporting a bunch of people from an area, but I don't think that would be considered genocide. That'd be considered ethnic cleansing. Is deliberate meaningfully different than intent? Well, yes, because for instance, I could go and I could deliberately kill 5 black people, but there's a difference between deliberately killing 5 black people and deliberately killing them with the intention of deleting their ethnicity from my continent, right? That's different. It's the intention to destroy, I think it's ethnic, national, or I think it applies to religious groups as well, to intentionally, the intentional, yeah. Oh, this guy got it. What, if any, relevance do you think the International Convention definition of genocide and apartheid definitions have for the colloquial use of these terms in political conversations? It's just annoying because like people throw them around as like they're like thought terminating. Like you can't have like, what do we do about, you know, Hamas, or what do we do about Israel, or what do we do about, you know, the Palestinians? Like, well, they're a genocidal apartheid state. And it's like, well, okay. Like, as soon as somebody's dropped, like, the G word, you're, like, done with the conversation, you know? Did you see the storming of the Russian airport looking for Jews? Pretty crazy. Nope. I haven't like kept up on any of the like individual crime things or whatever because I don't know who all is. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh God. Did she down for like I can fuck her? Like we can do a little fuck switch shit. No, nigger. Nigga.
Bro, are you okay?
No, nigger. Nigga. Niggeroni. You call me a knickerbocker. Yeah, knickerbocker. What the fuck? You be knickerbocker. You tricking. You really tweaking, bro. This nigga calling me a knickerbocker. Yeah, stop. Yo, bro, you really a knickerbocker. Oh God.
Video of the Russian airport thing. Bro, I can't even copy the fucking thing. Oh, translate post. Hundreds of Chechen supporters of Hamas arrived at the Makachakala, Jesus Christ, airport at a Dagestan plane, following information that a plane from Tel Aviv was supposed to land there. The police on the spot turned a blind eye. The plane, just like that, changed direction. Some reports that they stormed the airports, hotels, public places, and checkpoints to look for Israelis. Okay. Same thing I always say, okay? This is why I hate breaking news, why I don't give a fuck about any of this shit, okay? It's a 45-second video. Wait for more reporting on it. We have no idea what they're storming for. I don't even know who the fuck any of these people are. I don't actually know if they're Chechen. We don't know what any of the anything. We have literally no idea, okay? Dagestan, okay, yeah. Wait for more information. Wait for some stories to come out, okay? There's a lot more footage, sure, but I don't know why they're storming the airport. There might be, maybe they're protesting something. Who knows, right? Just wait for, if there are more stories, then yeah, link them, but... Destiny, wrong. They're wearing Adidas tracksuits and speaking Arabic, 100% Chechens. Okay. Carl Dergler, $20. You don't need a side to be pro-peace stance. It's hard to think of very many successful wars. War should be avoided whenever possible. Is that so hard to say? Yes. You cannot just be pro-peace when it comes to Israel-Palestine. There has to be a resolution where one side is probably not going to be that happy about it. AO Destiny, what's on your playlist was the Cringer EDM remix? I don't know. Cringe. Oh, that was by the guy that makes the videos on Dave Rubin? On Tim Pool? I don't remember. The Lily Pichu one, right? Timba on toast. Okay, yeah. Crowd storms Russian airport to protest flight from Israel. Hundreds of people on Sunday stormed into the main airport in Russia's Dagestan region onto the landing field to protest the arrival of an airliner coming from Tel Aviv. Oh, okay, well. Authorities closed the airport in Makalak, capital of the predominantly Muslim region, and police converged on the facility. Russian news reports said people in the crowd were shouting anti-Semitic slogans. Russian news. And tried to, although I don't know if Russia would lie about this particular thing, or if anything, I think Russian news would probably have a bias, I think, against Israel, because the allies they have in the region tend to stand in opposition to Israel. I'm pretty sure, right? When you think about like Syria and Iran, that's my modern understanding of that, I believe. If your two-state solution does land up failing in the future and Hamas do attack Israel once they establish their state, do Israelis have a right to push Gazans into the Sinai Desert and force them to ethnically cleanse themselves to Egypt once and for all? Wait till I get to modern day after I've done all the history, and I'll maybe have like a better, what I feel like should be a better answer, I guess. Yeah. Destiny, ethnic cleansing is never acceptable? I don't know if that's true. I think you would have to approach that with a lot more. I think it would depend on the circumstances. It would probably, yeah. Fuck. I wish I had more details about, or I wish I remembered as much about Yugoslavia and the dissolution of that country. Was related to like Serbian people genociding stuff, right? So, fuck. I don't want to dig too. I don't want to give as. I'm using this as like an outline for what I'm saying, but I don't want to base it completely on that because I don't have like as much information about that conflict as I should to make strong statements on it. But like hypothetically, Carl Durger, $20, thanks. Hypothetically, let's say that there are two warring nations, and one of the people in one of the nations, we'll say the Serbians, is trying to genocide another group of people. Bosniaks, right? Let's say that at some point we do split up these countries, or now they're two separate countries because of the attempted genocide. If one of the countries is like, listen, you guys try to genocide us, we're going to expel all the Serbians from our state because they try to genocide us, that would be considered like an ethnic cleansing. But would that be bad? I mean, I'm not sure. I think it would be complicated. I don't think that you can just very clearly say, the problem is ethnic cleansing sounds like you're genociding people, but expelling certain groups of people from areas if they're trying to murder people, I don't know, I'm not sure. That's why I'm saying, yeah, that's why I'm not saying that like just calling it ethnic cleansing bad. I don't know if that's always necessarily the take. I don't know. I just made that post about the Suez Canal summary. Thank you for taking time to go over it. I grew up in Egypt and have a good idea of how people there feel about the wars and Israel. If you ever want that point of view, please let me know. Thanks. Gotcha. Destiny. Expelling the settlers from the West Bank would be an ethnic cleansing technically. Sure, or well, not technically, but absolutely. So like when Israel formed as a nation in 48, that the expelling of some 700,000 plus Arabs from their villages and lands, that was undeniably an ethnic cleansing, right? They were pushing all of those people out of the lands that they'd now drawn borders on. But then the question is like, well, if all those people are trying to kill you or are working with people to kill you, is it justified? I'm not sure. I wish I knew. I'm sure if I had like a better bank in my head of like historical conflict, I'm sure there are times where we could think of like, it's probably good to expel a certain type of person if they're trying to kill all of your people. I'm not sure. I don't know. I'd have to think about it more. Or I maybe there'll be like a conflict that I can, you know. I haven't been here for the whole research. James Destiny, did those 700,000 Arabs leave or were they pushed out by Israel? I think it was a combination of a lot of them left because they didn't want to get killed or they thought they were going to be killed. And then a lot of them left because I think the majority of them left because I think, was it the IDF then or the Haganah and there's two other names. I think it's because Israel was just pushing them out. They were like, leave, you need to leave now. So like, I think most of them were forced out and there were probably a couple 100,000 or 100,000 that left because they were worried they would get killed. So, but I mean, it's effectively the same thing. Like leaving because you think somebody's going to kill you versus like them forcing you out is, I mean, it's at the end of the day, you're being pushed out by somebody else, right? Yeah, but then also in 48, once Arab nations started to do pogroms and discrimination and, you know, massacres against Jews in all of their countries, you could argue that the Jewish diaspora was also a form of ethnic cleansing of Jewish people from a whole bunch of Arab nations as well, right? Yeah. Hold on. Serbia started a genocide because a drunk farm stuck a glass bottle up his butt and then it broke. He lied and said Albanians did it. I'm guessing if somebody's genociding a group of people, it's probably going to take... The tensions were probably already high if it was that easy to start that behavior. Destiny. Splitting of India and Pakistan involved ethnic cleansing. Maybe. Okay. Let's see. Norm's Ghost. I agree, although I do think Destiny is an ideological leaning and isn't 100% objective. It happens to be the one I agree. Well, I mean, like, what? I don't know what it means to be 100% objective. I obviously have an ideological leaning. Like, I'm very pro-liberalism and pro-like democracy in general. Probably more pro-West. So, like, given a completely even set of facts, even if I try to be 100% objective, I'm probably going to end up falling a bit on the side of the, like, more democratic peoples, in which case it's probably the Jewish people versus, like, Arab people, right? But, I mean, I try to take an accounting of all the facts, obviously. I mean, I try to. But I'm not perfect. And I do have, like, my own cultural preferences, right? Of course. Okay, but boom, boom, boom. Can you give a historical example of an ethnic cleansing that wasn't a genocide? Yeah, I can, but it's gonna like trigger the fuck out of people. But like I would say arguably, like the Trail of Tears in the United States, that was for sure an ethnic cleansing. But I think it was like 25% of the natives that walked the Trail of Tears ended up dying. Probably wasn't a genocide. I think if we wanted to kill them all or force them all to die, probably would have gotten a way higher score. I'm trying to think of relocations of Germans after World War II. I don't know anything about relocations of Germans after World War II. I'm not sure. Then you don't think the Armenian genocide was a genocide? My understanding is that for the Armenian genocide, I thought it was like 70% of the people that were marched were killed. And it was like over 1 million, or like 1.2 to 1.4 million people died during the Armenian marches. Wasn't it like a massive... What percentage constitutes genocide? I mean, like, it's not really a percentage that constitutes genocide. It's like, what's the intention of the march, right? I'm pretty sure for the Armenian genocide, like, the goal was to have most of these people die. Remember, genocide is intentional. That's, like, a really important part. I'm curious, though, of, like... They also like forcibly converted, and I think a lot of the women and kidnapped a lot of the children and everything too, and forcibly converted them. Like, yeah. What was the Armenian population before and after the Armenian genocide? I'm super curious. It also wasn't just the march. They also straight up killed them the old-fashioned way in lots of places. Yeah. Although for the Trail of Tears, they might have done that as well. I'm not really sure. Trail of Tears. I don't know as much about. The relocation peoples suffered from exposure, disease, and starvation while en route to their newly designated Indian reserve. Thousands died from disease before reaching their destination shortly after. Some historians said that the event constituted genocide, although this label has been rejected by others and remains a matter of debate. Okay, it's not brought up in the intro, so I feel like that probably wasn't as big a part of it, but... The problem is that ethnic cleansing is often done under the explicit or implicit threat of genocide. Sure. The real problem is that like arguing over these topics is just like, it's very exhausting and boring, because when people are throwing around like genocide or ethnic cleansing, like you don't actually give a fuck if it's like genocide or ethnic cleansing. You just want people to say it's genocide because you think it's really bad. And then if I come out and I say like, well, I don't know if it was genocide or ethnic cleansing, I can still agree it was really bad. But since I'm saying like, I'm not sure if it was genocide, all you're hearing me say is actually it was okay. I think it was totally fine that happened. So like the whole conversation devolves into like people getting in their feelings, and they just want you to use like the worst word possible to describe a certain thing. And then nobody's actually thinking about like what any of it means. It's just kind of like, yeah, I don't know, I think it's boring. A petition signed by Serbian intellectuals asserted that the case of Dordi Martinovic, I can't pronounce this, has become that of the entire Serb nation in Kosovo. Is it a genocide if state authorities do not want them to die during a forced march but don't mind if they do anyway? No. Remember, or at least it used to be, who knows, maybe Canada will cuck all of us and change this. Genocide is intentional, okay? Genocide is with the intent to destroy a whole groups of people, right? Destiny, have you looked into the Sursak family and their purchasing and selling of Palestinian land? No, I haven't gotten to that yet. I'll probably go back and cover that prior to 1935 to see how I feel about Jewish people buying land, basically. True, I'm sorry. Genocide does not mean just kill. Genocide is the goal of elimination. So for instance, if you, let's say I wanted to genocide, I think religious groups count. Let's say I wanted to genocide like a Muslim area. If I were to go in and forcibly convert all those people to Christians and like destroy all the mosques or whatever, that would be considered a genocide as well, I believe, because you're force converting the people, I'm pretty sure. But this is like a pretty technical definition that most of the time when people say genocide, they just mean a lot of people were killed. Like that's generally, or it was like bad. It was bad and people were killed is generally what most people are meaning, yeah. Rarely is it ever one-dimensional. Genocide often targets all facets of a group, their physical life, culture, language, religion. Yeah, of course, yeah. Like, it's probably not going to be the case someone's going to try to genocide somebody by sending in a bunch of, like, converters. There's going to be a lot of other stuff going on at the same time, of course, right? Hold on. Destiny, the reason for the Palestinian exodus are quite hotly debated. Some scholars argue Arab leaders also told them to leave. I haven't seen that argument given, but my guess is going to be so okay. This is going to be a topic that in order to truly know this, I'm either going to have to probably read papers on it or a book on it, with a good selection of the book. Just a guess, okay? All of this is intuition, so could be wrong. My guess is going to be that the most hotly debated topic around Arabs in 1948 is going to be whether or not Jewish people legitimately and sincerely would have had a one-state solution with them and lived with them in harmony and peace, or if things like Plan Dalet were actually, from the beginning, the goal of the Israeli people, the newly formed Israeli people, to forcibly expel all of those Arabs with no goal of ever living in harmony or peace with them. That's my guess is going to be that's going to be probably what is the most hotly contested thing. Because if it was the case initially that Jewish people would have lived with the Arabs, but the Arabs were all violent, tried to kill them, then I mean, like, the Jewish people have a strong argument for, like, well, fuck you, get out then, if you're just going to try to kill us all the time. But if it was the case that Jewish people were always going to be there and we're going to try to forcibly expel all the Arabs because they didn't want to share their promised land with them or whatever, then Arab people have a strong thing. So, like, have a strong argument. Like, well, hold on, you guys were literally trying to expel us from the very fucking beginning in land that never fucking belonged to you, while the British people operated this territory and shipped all you fuckers in. So why the fuck would we make any agreements with you when you were, like, invaders from the very fucking start, and we're just trying to, like, hold on to the land that our, you know, families have lived in for, you know, 300 or 400 years. So I'm sure there is probably a fuck ton of academic argument back and forth relating to that struggle. Yeah. Hold on. I'm in so many college classes now. I just had to write so many papers, guys. Artemis Fowl, $10. May I recommend a totally unbiased paper that just happens to agree with my preconceived notions and just happen to be written by the leader of a terrorist organization? Good one. Bobby, no. A little off topic, but isn't the Harvard doxing truck arguably worse than what Sniper Wolf did to Jack's films? I mean, yeah, of course, but also, how does that relate to anything? Those two things are totally unrelated. Anonymu Elizabeth 21. One modern religious genocide that a lot of people forget is the Assyrian Chaldean one. Should read about it when you have the time. Okay. Good but long wiki article on the topic. They're both doxing. Well, Sniper Wolf's doxing was definitely not good and definitely implied some bad shit that could have happened that she should have known about. But the truck doxing thing, I think, was like intentionally trying to get people attacked or killed, right? Like pretty obviously. I think the truck one was probably worse. Chaldean? It's pronounced Chaldean? Oh, my bad. Chaldean or Chaldean? I don't know. Okay, we're not going into all this right now. Or this. Or this. Oh, I don't care about this. Oh, fuck. Were we going to read this before doing more subreddits or wiki warrioring? I browse this sub regularly, and since the IP conflict started, many heavily upvoted posts here have been getting more and more deranged while losing all semblance of nuance. Think r/forwards from grandma. Infinite charitability for Israel, little to none for Palestinian people. When I or others try to point this out in comments, we're met with, we also condemn the IDF, or we are against civilian deaths. So am I, but I see this as more a systemic problem within the sub. The post is to try to make my reasons for thinking this clear and hopefully get Destiny to call on all the nuanced pros and DG to counteract the insurgency of low-quality, badly thought-out arguments flooding the sub lately. After all, we have to do better than r/Hassan Piker. Destiny, are you bad faith? The truck is to cancel people, just cancellation of jobs and careers? I mean, I feel like when it comes to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, the stakes and emotions are a lot higher here than just trying to get people fired from their jobs, right? And you've got two groups of people that are arguably like vying, well, I'm trying to both sides this to sound neutral, but truly when it's one side of people is advocating for the elimination of a country and the other side doesn't want that to happen. I'm trying to think of a way to phrase that word. It doesn't sound as biased, but I mean, truly that's what we're talking about, right? I think the emotions here and everything run a lot higher, so I don't think that you're just trying to cancel people. I think that you should accept that you're probably going to be bringing some level of violence possibly to these people as well. I think that's fair to bring up. Lots of the most upvoted posts this past weeks have been smooth brain, pro-Israel takes. Here is one with op implying it's bad that people are protesting for Palestine, 600 likes. There's not even close being any indication of anti-Semitic or genocidal rhetoric in the protests, in this protest, in the post. It's just people protesting for Palestine. Okay, hold on. What is this? It's just some random Twitter users. Bro, go outside. Westminster Bridge, London is flooded with Londoners protesting against the war crimes of Israel and Gaza. Free, free Palestine. Hello? Did my monitor just die? Oh no, it's Twitter video. Wow, Aquamancer, thanks for the tier 5 subber. Hashtag Israeli new Nazism. Nice. Your audio is off? No, it's not. It's just really quiet. Let's see. What are the... So I think this guy, the point of this post in the title is probably to say that, like, obviously our online rhetoric is influencing people in real life. Let's see. First, I would comment. LOL, signs says ceasefire now. I hope Hamas listens. Stop the war. Sentiments are at best lazy, at worst until shoot us honest. Sure, we'd all love all wars to cease, but if it were as simple as stop fighting dudes, we never have any conflict. Okay, these two comments are fine, I think. You're allowed your opinion, and then their right to demonstrate. Well, that's a good comment. True. Don't you know people protesting over the mere fact of posting the atrocities is going on right now in Palestine to bring focus and attention to raise international pressure is all completely useless, should be mocked. Oh, and this guy's even is defending the protest. Well, hold on. These two are in support of the protest. I think that's fine. Good job, guys. I'm proud of you. Third comment. Y'all will lose this optics war if you just point a Muslim peacefully protesting and immediately call them Hamas sympathizers. There are tons of videos of people actually being anti-Semitic. This is just a protest. Okay, third comment seems fine. I went to London today to meet a friend without knowing about this protest beforehand. I was surprised how big it was. Something like 1,000 police to be called to monitor the event. Okay. Been a crazy amount of online footage of the aftermath of the airstrikes. Lots of parents holding pieces of their children. Shit like that pushes people to protest. I'm sure to believing a march this size being purely driven by rabid genocidal anti-Semitism was probably really satisfying, but we can be adults here. Okay. I think he has, okay. Strike one. This is a really bad example for him. I think that post was totally fine. And I think the comments were really good. There's not even close to being any indication of anti-Semitism or genocidal rhetoric in the protest, in this post. It's just people protesting for Palestine, which the comments all... I think he's pointing the comments that agree with them. The post itself is stupid. I don't think the post itself is that stupid. I think the posts were just saying that like online shit can affect real life shit. You could argue that the implication is that online genocide denial, or I'm sorry, online genocidal anti-Semitic stuff causes real life anti-Semitic stuff. I guess you could probably say that maybe that's implied in the title, but I think the comments are pretty reasonable, so. Then you have shit like this, 1.6k likes. Amy Schumer posting a meme of protesters holding signs saying Gazans rape Jewish girls in self-defense, beheading is resistant, stabbing parents in front of children is legal. Now, admittedly, this is funny, and it does depict how illogically and heartlessly many protesters and left-wing streamers have been acting, but it feels like memes like this are the beginning and end of thinking about the conflict of many in the sub. Sure, you can complain all you want about insane leftists, and there are a ton of them, but these types of posts make it seem like there are no reasonable pro-Palestinian voices, which seems like the sentiment of many of us upvoting. It isn't unreasonable to see so many Palestinian civilians dying and wanting it to stop. Okay, I think one of the issues, and I fully admit this, and I've said this before, it might just be that I only see a certain media circle. I only see a certain type of media. But, I mean, this is exemplified through Hassan and Ethan's interactions. It does seem like it's pretty hard to get the pro-Palestinian side to admit that Hamas is bad and executions like that are bad. It does seem like it's pretty hard to get them to admit it. And it seems like you've got some reasonably popular people online that were like quasi-celebrating the attacks. And like people like Hassan, the second thought guy, I can understand why people are looking at the pro-Palestinian voices in one way. And it seems like the pro-Palestinian people, it feels like it, maybe it's just the algorithm, but it feels like they're doing a really bad job at like reining that in or calling that out. But, when did Scream get really bad? Was it Scream 4? Leftists will never criticize Palestinian leadership despite them being to blame for a good portion of the conflict. Yeah, and then also, like, Also, not only will they not criticize Hamas leadership, if they do criticize Hamas leadership, they literally do it by criticizing Israel. They'll say like, yeah, Hamas is bad, but that's just because Netanyahu like literally personally bankrolled the entire Hamas government. Like it's like that, you know. Selective compassion. On the one hand, in the top post this week, you get compassion posts like this one and this one. I don't know what this sub is about, but can I please stay? Okay. The rally being Jewish right now. Okay. Now, I don't think that's bad per se. There's certainly a lot of anti-Semitism going on, and a lot of Israelis living in fear right now. It's good to support them. But then, when the topic of Israel's war crime is brought up, most, if not all, of the comments meme in return. Wait. Hold up. My understanding is that one of the most popular posts, I think, in the history of my subreddit right now, I think is actually this, is the satellite images showing the destruction in Gaza. This is literally the most upvoted post in the history of my subreddit. And all of the comments seem to be saying, like, probably not good to blow a whole bunch of shit up. Shows a severity of destruction, not good to create future terrorists. I have no idea how this conflict can be resolved peacefully both sides. I don't know what anyone does. Oh, I'm just an angry video game player. Such terrible destruction. It'd be a miracle if the loss of life after this was low. This is the most popular post in my entire subreddit of all time. Okay, Israel is literally destroying entire Gaza neighborhoods, killing whole families, and calling for evacuations while bombing the point of origin and the destination, and half the sub is like, this is all Hamas's fault. Yeah, I feel like this guy's only looking at... Ugh. Okay, I'm done. I'm bored. Dusty, that is addressed? Wait, where? Also, if you doubt the number of deaths so far, you should be skeptical of your skepticism. I didn't know this from the start, but apparently the Gazan Health Ministry, despite being a part of Hamas, is not really the military wing of Hamas we know and hate. Apparently both the UN and the USA have used their death and injury statistics in the past. Also, the Gazan Health Ministry said there were 500 deaths in the hospital strike on the 18th as mainstream media. Apparently Al Jazeera English misquoted Al Jazeera Arabic, and every mainstream media around the source. Gazan Health Ministry said upper of 500 victims, which can include injuries. Oh, hold on. Right? The first post this week was about the destruction of Gaza. Ad Financial's wrong. Our sub is not biased. Yes, it was the most upvoted post. However, it is literally the only post in the top 20 this week that is vaguely pro-Palestine. The rest are either broadly pro-Israel, pro-Jews, anti-Hamas, or memes. Let's see. Let's just check. I'm curious. So we have Jewish students at Cooper Union. This is pro-Israel, pro-Jew. This is Brianna Wu is probably pro-Israel, pro-Jew. This is fighting with the H3H3 subreddit. This is... I guess you could roughly say this is pro-Israel, pro-Jew. This is H3H3 stuff. Do you count supporting Ethan as that pro-Jew? Maybe? These are like memes. Maybe you might count this as pro-Israel. This is for sure pro-Israel. Another Israel sympathetic post. I don't know why these stupid memes were upvoted so much. Yeah, I'd say this week, almost all of them are either memes or pro-Israel. That's true. Wait. I think a lot of the subreddit, maybe even Dusty himself, I don't know, is taking Israel at its word about how all of this destruction and loss of life is necessary. I don't agree with that because from all I've seen, Israel is being reckless with how they are bombing the Gaza Strip. Yes, terrorists are dying, but too many civilians are dying as well. This is incomprehensible. This paragraph doesn't make any sense. Is Israel being reckless with the bombing of the Gaza Strip? I don't know if that's true or not. The thing that I said before was, if somebody says like everybody dying is a civilian, that's probably not true. But also there probably is a loss of life. Like I doubt they're just lying about all the numbers. I'm sure there are like a lot of people dying in the Gaza Strip right now. But like, is Israel being reckless? I don't know. I don't know enough to make that decision. It'd be interesting to see an article about like the recklessness of Israeli bombings or something, because it could be. I haven't seen that substantiated anywhere, and just seeing them bomb stuff is not enough to call them reckless. Like, what does it mean when we say too many civilians are dying? It's getting to the point where I know people who died in Gaza. Yeah, I don't know. Nas Doc. Your point, ethnic cleansing is correct. Nuance, but doesn't matter if it is only specific cases. 0.1% examples you gave. With the average person unaware, that sounds crazy. Squirrel Twitter incoming on this. I guess, maybe. I don't know. People will dance between the definitions depending on what they're arguing, though. Let's see. Poor thinking. It feels like in the minds of a lot of people, the following statements are uncontroversially true. Ceasefire can only benefit Hamas. The bombing campaign has to continue to kill Hamas terrorists. This is all the fault of Hamas in the first place. While I condemn the IDF, I don't think any of them are above criticism, put my 2 cents. Maybe, but it also helps civilians who are homeless after having to evacuate, who are getting bombed right now. How much longer can this bombing campaign take? Are we to simultaneously believe that Israel started firing rockets at Hamas targets whose locations they know precisely enough to minimize casualties, and they are receiving enough live on-the-ground precise information to justify ramping up the amount of bombing? Wait, when we say how much longer should the bombing campaign take, isn't it good that the bombing campaign is taking a long time? Isn't that what we'd want? Isn't that what's implied by, like, precision strikes? Because, like, if Israel wanted to, couldn't they just do like one day of like insane carpet bombing and just like fuck everything up if they wanted to? Like, couldn't it? But I'm not sure. I could be right or wrong. I don't know. Like, okay, I don't know. Boom, boom, boom. Are you pro or anti ceasefire at this point? Have you looked at the recent UN votes at all? I have not looked at the recent UN votes. Is there a majority support in the UN for a ceasefire? I'd be pro. I don't know enough. I don't think I've. I don't know if I know enough about what's going on currently over the past 2 or 3 days to know if a ceasefire is like good or not. I'm not sure. Max Blumenthal can speak to everything here. He's a Jewish pro-Palestinian journalist who's been to Gaza many times. Nick Fuentes hates him. Or Abby Martin of the Empire. Okay. Or the Empire Press. The UN ceasefire vote wasn't just that. It also stipulated that Hamas isn't a terror group and refused to acknowledge the hostages. Oh, maybe. Boom, boom, boom. Max Blumenthal is a deranged pro-Russian tanky. Oh, well, okay. Okay, let's get back into all of this shit, okay? Because we haven't done any of our history reading today. We were finishing reading about, like, the Six-Day War. We'd read about the Jordanian front, where Israel captured the West Bank. We read about the Egyptian front, where Israel captured the Sinai Peninsula. And now we have to read about the Syrian front, where they were fighting in the Golan Heights. Hold on one second. Okay, Golan Heights. Golan Heights. What the fuck are these? Golan is a region of the Levant spanning 1,800 kilometers squared. That's this one. Okay. Okay. From I've never touched it to hell yeah, I got this. How easy was Obsidian to pick up? For me, Obsidian was very easy to pick up, but that's because I'm like barely using the functionality. Obsidian is probably a pretty powerful program where you can do a lot with it if you want to. Oh, okay. This is the Golan Heights. This is an easier to see thing. Okay. Random question. Can I get more tolerant with Addy Vivance and require more to get the same effect? Nope. Ask me in a month. Okay. In May to June of 1967, in preparation for conflict, the Israeli government planned to confine the confrontation to the Egyptian front whilst taking into account the possibility of some fighting on the Syrian front. Syria largely stayed out of the conflict for the first 4 days. False Egyptian reports of a crushing victory against the Israeli army and forecasts that Egyptian forces would soon be attacking Tel Aviv influenced Syria's decision to enter the war in a sporadic manner during this period. So Syria entered the war on the assumption that Israel was losing dramatically to Egyptian forces. There's a lot of bad intel in this area, Jesus. Syrian artillery began shelling northern Israel, and 12 Syrian jets attacked Israel's settlements in the Galilee. Where is this region also? We hear about this a lot. It's somewhere in this northern... Okay, Upper Galilee, Lower Galilee. Okay, and then Golan Heights are over here. Sea of Galilee is over here. Lebanon is as part of Upper Galilee. Oh, okay, all right. Israeli fighter jets intercepted the Syrian aircraft, shooting down 3 and driving off the rest. In addition to Lebanese Hawker Hunter jets, 2 of the 12 Lebanon had crossed into Israeli airspace and began strafing Israeli positions in the Galilee. They were intercepted by Israeli fighter jets, and 1 was shot down. On the evening of the 5th of June, the Israeli Air Force attacked Syrian airfields. The Destiny, look at the height map.
Good morning, everybody. I want to welcome you to marklang10.com, where we make Israel often non-talked about subjects. Okay.
Golan Heights is up here, right?
Which is airspace.
Oh, I see. Okay. Golan Heights is this part up here, northeast of the Sea of Galilee, and then this is Upper and Lower Galilee. Oh, scroll down. Is there an actual map? Oh, okay, okay. I see, I see. Okay, so these are big hills right here. I'm guessing artillery here. Do you think, can artillery here shoot into Tel Aviv? What is your like range here? How far can artillery strike from Golan Heights? Every 30 seconds, Israeli artillery goes in action against a barely visible target somewhere in the Hamas-ruled Gaza Strip. Oh, fuck. This is all going to be recent, huh? People are saying 25 to 40 mile range today. Back then, 5 to 10 miles. That's a rage pope. I don't know if that's true or not, but okay. Intercepted by Israeli fighter jets when we shot down. Okay, the Syrian Air Force lost some 32 MiG-21s, 23 MiG-15s, and MiG-17 fighters, and 2 Ilyushin Tu-28 bombers, 2/3 of their fighting strength. Oh. On the evening of the 5th of June, the Israeli Air Force attacked Syrian airfields. Jesus. So they attacked Egyptian airfields and Syrian airfields on the same day? Okay. The Syrian Air Force lost some almost, it seems like a lot of shit, 2/3 of its fighting strength, so almost everything. The Syrian aircraft that survived the attack retreated to distant bases and played no further role in the war. Following the attack, Syria realized that the news it had received from Egypt of the near total destruction of the Israeli military could not have been true. Oh. False Egyptian reports weren't bad intel. This was when Egypt was lying. But I think Nasser said the same thing to the Jordanian king as well, right? Didn't he tell him, like, look at the planes flying back, that's us? But it was actually the Israeli bombers coming back, or fighters coming back after having destroyed all of their airfields. Because yeah. Nasser exaggerated / lied about Egyptian victory. The Syrian aircraft that's run, okay. On the 6th of June, a minor Syrian force tried to capture the water plants at Tel Dan, the subject of a fierce escalation 2 years earlier. Dan? And Shiar Yashuv. These attacks were repulsed with the loss of 20 soldiers and 7 tanks. An Israeli officer was also killed, but a broader Syrian offensive quickly failed. Syrian reserve units were broken up by Israeli air attacks, and several tanks were reported to have sunk into the Jordan River. Other problems included tanks being too wide for bridges, lack of radio communications between tanks and infantry, and units ignoring orders to advance. The post-war Syrian army report concluded, our forces did not go into the offensive either because they did not arrive or were not wholly prepared, or because they could not find shelter from the enemy's aircraft. The reserves could not withstand the air attacks. They dispersed after the morale plummeted. The Syrians bombarded Israeli civilian settlements in the Galilee Panhandle with 2 battalions of M46 130mm guns, 4 companies of HIMARS, and dug in Panzer IV tanks. Okay. In the Galilee Panhandle. I wonder what that... Oh, Panhandle up here. Gotcha. The Syrian bombardment killed 2 civilians and hit 205 houses as well as farming installations. An inaccurate report from a Syrian officer, however, said that the result of the bombardment that the enemy appears to have suffered heavy losses and is retreating. Israelis debate whether the Golan Heights should be attacked. On the 7th and 8th of June, the Israeli leadership debated about whether to attack the Golan Heights as well. Syria had supported pre-war raids that had helped raise tensions and had routinely shelled Israel from the heights, so some Israeli leaders wanted to see Syria punished. Military option was that the attack would be extremely costly since it would entail an uphill battle against a strongly fortified enemy. The western side of the Golan Heights consisted of a rock escarpment that rises 500 meters from the Sea of Galilee and the Jordan River, and then flattens to a gently sloping plateau. Dayan opposed the operation bitterly at first, believing such an undertaking would result in losses of 30,000 and might trigger Soviet intervention. Prime Minister Eshkol, on the other hand, was more open to the possibility, as was the head of the Northern Command, David Elazer, whose unbridled enthusiasm for and confidence in the operation may have eroded Dayan's reluctance. Citation needed. Eventually, the situation on the southern and central fronts cleared up. Intelligence estimated that the likelihood of Soviet intervention had been reduced. Recon showed some Syrian defenses in the Golan region collapsing, and an intercepted cable revealed that Nasir, there is no A there, Nasir was urging the president of Syria to immediately accept a ceasefire. At 3 a.m. on the 9th of June, Syria announced its acceptance of the ceasefire. Despite this announcement, Dayan became more enthusiastic about the idea, and 4 hours later at 7 a.m. gave the order to go into action against Syria without consultation or government authorization. Dayan, after hearing of the Syrian acceptance of a ceasefire, clears an invasion/occupation on his own into the Golan Heights. The Syrian army consisted of about 75,000 men grouped into 9 brigades, supported by an adequate amount of artillery and armor. Israeli forces used in combat consisted of 2 brigades, and in the northern part of the front of Givat Hayim, and another 2... the Golan Heights' unique terrain, mountainous slopes, crossed by parallel streams every several kilometers, running east to west. And the general lack of roads in the area channel. Thus, the Syrians could move north-south on the plateau itself, and the Israelis could move north-south at the base of the Golan escarpment. An advantage Israel possessed was the excellent intelligence collected by Mossad operative Eli Cohen, who was captured and executed in Syria in 1965, regarding the Syrian battle positions. Syria had built extensive defensive fortifications in depths of up to 15 kilometers. As opposed to all the other campaigns, the Israeli Air Force is only partially effective at the Golan because the fixed fortifications were so effective. However, the Syrian forces proved unable to put up effective defense, largely because the officers were poor leaders and treated their soldiers badly. Often officers would retreat from danger, leaving their men confused and ineffective. The Israelis also had the upper hand during close combat that took place in the numerous Syrian bunkers along the Golan Heights, as they were armed with the Uzi, a submachine gun designed for close combat, while Syrian soldiers were armed with the heavier AK-47 assault rifle designed for combat in more open areas. On the morning of the 9th of June, Israeli jets began carrying out dozens of sorties against Syrian positions from Mount Hermon to Tawfig using rockets salvaged from captured Egyptian stock. Tawfig. How deep into Syria is this? Tawfig, Google Maps. Tawfig, Syria, Google Maps? Let's see if we can find it. Okay, so we have the Sea of Galilee is here. No. Wrong. We need to go way further north. No. Well, I'm sorry, we need to go further south. Okay. Sea of Galilee is here. Okay, Sea of Galilee is here. These are the Golan Heights. Golan. Okay, and we're bombing into Syria. And we're hitting what? How far? How far in? What was this place called? Tawfig and Mount Hermon. Do we see it here? Does anybody see it here? I'm just curious how like far in we're hitting. Here's Tafas. Is that even Syria anymore? Oh yeah, it is. Okay, I'm not gonna be able to find this. I'm just curious, like, how close are we to Damascus? That's all I'm kind of curious about. I don't know. Well, I assume the name has changed since it didn't show up on Google. Yeah, that might be the case. The airstrikes knocked out artillery batteries and storehouses and forced transport columns off the roads. The Syrians suffered heavy casualties and a drop in morale, with a number of senior officers and troops deserting. The attacks also provided time as Israeli forces cleared paths through Syrian minefields. However, the airstrikes did not seriously damage the Syrians' bunkers and trench systems, and the bulk of Syrian forces on the Golan remained in their positions. About 2 hours after the airstrikes began. Okay, we don't need every single one of these. Okay. Bro even put health bars. What? Okay, Israeli attack the next day. Throughout the night, the Israelis continued to advance, though it was slowed by fierce resistance. An anticipated Syrian counterattack never materialized. At the fortified village of Jalabina, a garrison of Syrian reservists mainly on empty territories, Syrian forces retreated. During the day, the Israeli units stopped. After obtaining maneuver room between their positions in a line of volcanic hills to the west, in some locations, Israeli troops advanced after an agreed-upon ceasefire to occupy strategically strong positions. To the east, ground terrain is an open, gently sloping plain. Okay. In an effort to pressure the United Nations into enforcing a ceasefire, Damascus Radio undercut its own army by broadcasting the fall of the city of Quneitra 3 hours before it actually capitulated. That premature report of the surrender of the headquarters destroyed the morale of the Syrian troops left in the Golan area. Gotcha. All right, conclusion. By the 10th of June, Israel had completed its final offensive of the Golan Heights, and a ceasefire was signed the day after. Israel seizes the Gaza Strip and the Sinai Peninsula from Egypt, right? Both of these were owned by Egypt. The west bank of the Jordan River, including East Jerusalem, from Jordan, and the Golan Heights from Syria. LeMayo, Destiny's not reading the most important part. J. Carroll, wait, are you trying to one-guy me? About 1 million Arabs were placed under Israel's direct control in the newly captured territories. Israel's strategic depth grew to at least 300 kilometers in the south, 60 kilometers in the east, and 20 kilometers of extremely rugged terrain in the north. A security asset that would prove useful in the Yom Kippur War 6 years later. Did I pronounce it right? Speaking 3 weeks after the war ended, as he accepted an honorary degree from Hebrew University, Yitzhak Rabin gave his reasoning on the success of Israel. Who was this guy? He was a politician, statesman, and general. He was the 5th prime minister of Israel from 74 to 77, and from 92 until his assassination in 95. Was he one of the generals during this war, or was he just like speaking historically? What were you doing in 1967? Oh, okay. He was the chief of general staff. Okay. Yom Kippur. Or yeah, okay, whatever. Our airmen who struck the enemy's planes so accurately that no one in the world understands how it was done, and people seek technological explanations or secret weapons. Our armored troops who beat the enemy even when their equipment was inferior to his. Our soldiers and all other branches who overcame our enemies everywhere despite the latter's superior numbers and fortifications. All these reveal not only coolness and courage in the battle, but an understanding that only their personal stand against the greatest dangers would achieve victory for their country and for their families. And if victory was not theirs, the alternative was annihilation. Wow. Glazing. He's glazing himself. In recognition for contributions, Rabin was given the honor of naming the war for the Israelis. From the suggestions proposed, including the War of Daring, the War of Salvation, and the War of the Sons of Light. Oh, shit. Netanyahu brought this phrase up recently. I guess this has some history in Israel. I don't know what the reference is, but... He chose the least ostentatious, the Six-Day War, evoking the days of creation. I think it's Rabin. Okay, whatever. Dayan's final report on the war to the Israeli General Staff listed several shortcomings in Israel's actions, including misinterpretation of Nasser's intentions, overdependence on the United States, and reluctance to act when Egypt closed the straits. He also credited several factors for Israel's success. Egypt did not appreciate the advantage of striking first, and their adversaries did not accurately gauge Israel's strength and its willingness to use it. What do you think here? What was Israel's overdependence on the United States? Because at this point, the only thing they were getting from us were they were buying weapons and tanks. I'm curious, what part was the overdependence here? $160. Section Aftershocks. Ah, fuck. It's a book. He also credited several factors. Oh, I think we might have did intelligence with them as well. Weren't we reporting on... Did we? I don't remember. Fuck. Dayan's final report to the war... Oh. In Egypt, according to Hikal, Nasser had admitted his responsibility for the military defeat in June of 1967. According to the historian Abd al-Azim Ramadan, Nasser's mistaken decisions to expel the international peacekeeping force from the Sinai Peninsula and close the Straits of Tiran in 1967 led to a state of war with Israel despite Egypt's lack of military preparedness. After the 73 Yom Kippur, or is it Yom Kippur? It's Yom Kippur. It must be Yom Kippur. Fuck it, I don't care. War. Egypt reviewed the cause of its loss in the 67 war. Issues that were identified included the individualistic bureaucratic leadership, promotions on the basis of loyalty, not expertise, and the army's fear of telling Nasser the truth. Lack of intelligence and better Israeli weapons, command, organization, and will to fight. Between casualties, between 776 and 983 Israelis were killed and 4,517 were wounded. Let's do here, casualties. We'll say about 850 Israelis killed, 4,500 wounded. We'll say about 10 to 15K, 10K to 15K Egyptian soldiers killed. 4,338 or 4,300 Egyptian are captured. Jordanian lost are estimated to be 700 killed in action with 200 wounded. 700 Jordanian soldiers killed, 2,500 wounded. Syrians lost between 1K to 2.5K and about 450 captured. Read the paper. It explains why Egypt closed the canal on Israel. Okay. Controversies. Preemptive versus unjustified attack. At the commencement of hostilities, both Egypt and Israel announced that they had been attacked by the other country. The Israeli government later abandoned its initial position, acknowledging Israel had struck first, claiming that it was a preemptive strike in the face of a planned invasion by Egypt. On the other hand, the Arabs view it as unjustified to attack Egypt. Many commentators consider the war as the classic case of anticipatory attack and self-defense. Allegations of atrocities committed against Egyptian soldiers. It's been alleged that Nasser did not want Egypt to learn of the true extent of his defeat and so ordered the killing of Egyptian army stragglers making their way back to the Suez Canal zone. Oh. I thought this was going to be about Israeli soldiers against Egyptian soldiers. There have also been allegations from both Israeli and Egyptian sources that Israeli troops did kill unarmed Egyptian prisoners. Okay, so there's that too. Allegations of military support from the US, UK, and the Soviet Union. There have been a number of allegations of direct military support of Israel during the war by the US and the UK, including the supplying of equipment despite an embargo and the participation of US forces in the conflict. Many of these allegations and conspiracy theories have been disputed, and it has been claimed that some were given currency in the Arab world to explain the Arab defeat. It has also been claimed that the Soviet Union supported the of its Arab allies, used its naval strength in the Mediterranean as a major threat on the US Navy. American features prominently in Arab conspiracy theories purporting to explain the June 1967 defeat. Mohammed Hassanein Hikal, a confidant of Nasser, claims that President Lyndon B. Johnson was obsessed with Nasser and that Johnson conspired with Israel to bring him down. The reported Israeli troop movement seemed all the more threatening because they were perceived in the context of a U.S. conspiracy against Egypt. Salah Basouini of the Foreign Ministry claims the Foreign Ministry saw the reported Israeli troop movements as credible because Israel had reached the level at which it could find strategic alliance with the United States. During the war, Cairo announced that American and British planes were participating in the Israeli attack. Nasser broke off diplomatic relations following this allegation. Nasser's image of the United States was such that he might well have believed the worst. However, Anwar Sadat implied that Nasser used this deliberate conspiracy in order to accuse the U.S. as a political cover-up for domestic consumption. Lutfi Abd al-Qadir, the director of Radio Cairo during the late 60s, who accompanied Nasser to his visits in Moscow, had his conspiracy theory that both the Soviets and the Western powers wanted to topple Nasser or to reduce his influence. And then there was the USS Liberty incident. This is where a United States Navy electronic intelligence vessel sailing 13 nautical miles off Arish, just outside Egypt's territorial waters, was attacked by Israeli jets and torpedo boats, nearly sinking the ship, killing 34 sailors and wounding 171. Israel said the attack was a case of mistaken identity and that the ship had been misidentified as the Egyptian vessel El Qusir. Israel apologized for the mistake and paid compensation to the victims and their families. In the United States, for damage to the ship, after an investigation, the U.S. accepted the explanation that the incident was friendly fire and the issue was closed by the exchange of diplomatic notes in 1987. Others, however, including the then United States Secretary of State Dean Rusk, chief of naval operations at the time, Admiral Thomas Moore, some survivors of the attack, and intelligence officials familiar with transcripts of intercepted signals on the day have rejected these conclusions as unsatisfactory and maintained that the attack was made in the knowledge that the ship was American. Aftermath. Boom, boom, boom. The dedicated Wikipedia page for controversy of the 6 is a lot more written about the preemptive strike debate. I don't think I need any more on that right now. I can't, like... Yeah, we're good. I think I'm okay for now. Exodus of Arabs from Israeli-occupied territories. So this is probably... Is this before the 67 Arab League Summit? I mean, these probably are occurring around the same time. Well, actually, no, because one could be a response to the other. Let's bring this guy here. This is going to be part of this. The exodus of Arabs from Israeli-occupied territories. There was extensive displacement of populations in the occupied territories of about 1 million Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza, and 280,000 to 325,000 were displaced from their homes. Extensive displacement of population. Displacement means not that they just lost their homes, but that they left the territory completely, right? 1967 Palestinian, we'll say Palestinian exodus. $1 million Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza, mostly resettled. No, hold on. In Jordan? Am I reading this correctly? Of about 1 million Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza, 280,000 to 325,000 were displaced from their homes. Oh, of about. Never mind, it's not 1 million. So it would be 280,000 to 200K to 325K Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza were displaced from their homes. Most of them settled in Jordan, where they contributed to a growing unrest. The other 700,000 remained. Um, 100,000 fled in the Golan Heights. I imagine what, most went to Syria? Israel allowed only the inhabitants of East Jerusalem and the Golan Heights to receive full Israeli citizenship. Only to those in East Jerusalem and the Golan Heights. Bum, bum, bum. Hold on 1 second. In 67 and 81, respectively. (1967), and the Golan Heights would be in 1981. Jesus, okay. The vast majority of the population of both territories declined to take citizenship. Ooh, okay. Most Palestinians and territories declined to take citizenship. See also Israeli-Palestinian conflict, yeah. Okay. In his book Righteous Victims, Israeli New Historian Benny Morris writes, in 3 villages southwest Jerusalem and Kolana, houses were destroyed not in battle but as punishment. And in, is this right after the war, I think, or the 6-Day War? And in order to chase away the inhabitants, contrary to government policy, Diane wrote in his memoirs, and I think we read this, about a third of the homes were razed, about 12,000 inhabitants were evicted, though many then camped out in the environs. The evictees in both areas were allowed to stay and later were given cement and tools by the Israeli authorities to rebuild at least some of their dwellings, but many thousands of other Palestinians now took to the roads, Perhaps as many as 70,000, mostly from the Jericho area, fled during the fighting. Tens of thousands were left over the following months. Altogether, about 1/4 of the population of the West Bank, about 200 to 250,000 people, went into exile. LDT, I used to be really far right. Now I've moved a lot, and even though I don't always agree, I appreciate your sincerity with the stuff you engage in. Wow, thanks, LDT. They simply walked to the Jordan River crossings and made their way on foot to the East Bank. It's unclear how many were intimidated or forced out by Israeli troops and how many left voluntarily in panic and fear. There is some evidence of IDF soldiers going around with loudspeakers, ordering West Bankers to leave their homes and cross the Jordan. Some left because they had relatives or sources of livelihood on the East Bank and feared being permanently cut off. Thousands of Arabs were taken by bus from East Jerusalem to the Allenby Bridge, though there is no evidence of coercion. The Free Israeli The Free Israeli Organized Transportation, which began on June 11th, 1967, went on for about a month. At the bridge, they had to send a document stating that they were leaving of their own free will. Perhaps as many as 70,000 people emigrated from the Gaza Strip to Egypt and elsewhere in the Arab world. On July 2nd, the Israeli government announced that it would allow the return of those 1967 refugees who desired to do so, but no later than August 10th. Later extended to September 13th, the Jordanian authorities probably pressured many of the refugees, who constituted an enormous burden, to sign up to return. In practice, only 14,000 of the 120,000 who applied were allowed by Israel back into the West Bank by the beginning of September. After that, only a trickle of special cases were allowed back, perhaps 3,000 in all. In addition, between 80 to 110,000, or 110,000 Syrians fled the Golan Heights, of which about 20,000 were from the city of Kenitra. According to most recent research by the Israeli daily Haaretz, a total of 130,000 Syrian inhabitants fled or were expelled from the territory, most of them pushed out by the Israeli army. Israel and Zionism. Following the war, Israel experienced a wave of national euphoria, and the press praised the military's performance for weeks afterwards. New victory coins were minted to celebrate. In addition, the world's interest in Israel grew, and the country's economy, which had been in crisis before the war, flourished due to an influx of tourists and donations, as well as the extraction of oil from the Sinai's wells. The aftermath of the war also saw a baby boom, which lasted for 4 years. The aftermath of the war is also of religious significance. Under Jordanian rule, Jews were expelled from Jerusalem and were effectively barred from visiting the Western Wall, despite Article 8 of the 1949 Armistice Agreement, which required making arrangements for Israeli Jewish access to the Western Wall. Jewish holy sites were not maintained, and Jewish cemeteries had been desecrated. After the annexation to Israel, each religious group was granted administration over its holy sites. For the first time since 1948, Jews could visit the Old City of Jerusalem and pray at the Western Wall, the holiest site where Jews are permitted to pray, an event celebrated every year during Yom Yerushalayim, Jesus. Despite the Temple Mount, where Al-Aqsa compound is located, being the most important holy site in Jewish tradition, it has been under sole administration of the Jordanian Muslim Waqf, and Jews are barred from praying there, even though they're allowed to visit. In Hebron, Jews gained access to the Cave of the Patriarchs, the second most holy site in Judaism after the Temple Mount, for the first time since the 14th century. Previously, Jews were allowed to pray only at the entrance. Okay, Temple Mount is like where the first temple was built, right? What the fuck is Cave of the Patriarchs? Bro, all this fucking lore. It's a series of caves. According to the Abrahamic religions, the cave and adjoining fields were purchased by Abraham as a burial plot, although most historians believe the Abrahamic, Isaac, Jacob narrative to be primarily mythology. The site is considered a holy place. Over the cave stands a large rectangular... So they think, what, that Abraham was buried here? Or... Who? Cringe. Okay, who cares? All right. Goofy. Okay. Wait, oh my god, I just closed the wrong article. Most notably, the war stirred Zionist passions among Jews in the Soviet Union, who had by that time been forcibly assimilated, many Soviet Jews subsequently applied for exit visas and began protesting for their right to immigrate to Israel. Following diplomatic pressure from the West, the Soviet government began granting exit visas to Jews in growing numbers. From 1970 to 1988, some 291,000 Soviet Jews were granted exit visas, of whom 165,000 immigrated to Israel and 126,000 immigrated to the U.S. The great rise in Jewish pride in the wake of Israel's victory also fueled the beginnings of the Baal Teshuvah movement. It's a description of the return of secular Jews to religious Judaism. Losers. The return of secular Jews to religious Judaism. Oh, gotcha. The war gave impetus to a campaign in which the leader of the Hasidic Lubavitch movement directed his male followers around the world to wear tefillin, small leather boxes, during morning prayers. You wear this? Show me. What? This looks like some fetish gear. Bruv. What? Holy shit. It's to contain his, like, fucking mind beams. His third eye is hidden behind this box. Jews in Arab countries. In the Arab nations, populations of minority Jews faced persecution and expulsion following the Israeli victory, contributing to the Jewish exodus from Arab lands, which had been ongoing since 1948. Okay, so conclusions. We've got Jews immigrating en masse out of the Soviet Union, and Jews exodizing, is that okay? And Jews leaving en masse from Arab countries. Continued from 1948. Because I think they'd already been after the first Arab-Israeli war. Mobs attacked Jewish neighborhoods in Egypt, Yemen, Lebanon, Tunisia, and Morocco, burning synagogues and assaulting residents. A pogrom in Tripoli, Libya, left 18 Jews dead and 25 injured. Survivors were herded into detention centers. Of Egypt's 4,000 Jews, 800 were arrested, including the chief rabbis of both Cairo and Alexandria, and their properties sequestered by the government. The ancient communities of Damascus and Baghdad were placed under house arrest, their leaders imprisoned and fined. A total of 7,000 Jews were expelled, many with merely a satchel. Okay. Anti-Semitism in communist countries. Following the war, a series of anti-Semitic purges began in communist countries. Some 11,200 Jews from Poland immigrated to Israel during the 1968 Polish political crisis in the following years. Okay, Jewish countries en masse of the Soviet Union, Jews leaving en masse, and Jews leaving en masse from other communist countries, I guess. What are we going to do about Netanyahu portraying Palestinians as Bible, Amalek, and settlers killing West Bank Palestinians while soldiers watch? Good question. Andrew Hosty, $50. Thanks for doing research on this. Please do this more often. It's been incredibly helpful. Yeah, that's what your mama said. Ooh. War of attrition. Following the war, Egypt initiated clashes along the Suez Canal and what became known as the War of Attrition. Involved fighting between Israel and Egypt, Jordan, and Palestine Liberation Organization. Ah, fuck. Do I need to... Is this something we should read about? Did any land trade hands here, or was it just various historians have commented on the war with differing opinions? Chaim Herzog notes that Israel withstood the battle and adapted itself into a hitherto alien type of warfare. Ziv Sheaf notes that although Israel suffered losses, she was able to preserve her military accomplishments in '67, and that despite increased Soviet involvement, Israel had stood firm. Simone Dunstan wrote that Israel was successfully continuing to hold the Bar-Lev line and forcing the Egyptians to come to the negotiating table. However, the war had sapped Israeli morale. However, he claimed that the war's conclusion led to a dangerous complacency within the Israeli high command about the resolve of the Egyptian armed forces and the strength of the Bar-Lev line. Oh, Beanpod, thanks for gifting 5 memberships. So the Egyptians saw the war as a great victory in spite of their heavy casualties and the mauling. Their air defenses had sustained, becoming confident in their ability to counter Israelis' air power. Gideon, Remez, and Isabella Ginor consider the war to have been a defeat for Israel, arguing that Israel was compelled to accept the ceasefire because Soviet air defenses were downing Israel's F-4 Phantoms at an unsustainable rate. They argued that Egypt's blatant violation of the ceasefire by moving SAM batteries into the Canal Zone after the war's end without response was a sign of Israel's failure. They consider the lopsided Israeli victory over the Soviets and Operation Riemann 20 as having enabled Israel to accept the ceasefire without losing face. The battle and illustrious tactical exploits by Israeli ground troops being used to claim victory. My family is Jewish and came from Dagestan, and this is terrifying. Protesters here are passionate about free Palestine and ignore these things. Okay. They won back the Sinai? Wait, did they really? I thought they didn't get back the Sinai until the Yom Kippur War. The Yom Kippur War. Howard Sacker notes that Israel accepted the ceasefire because it was clear that the war was developing into a Soviet-Israeli confrontation. The Israeli military had taken significant casualties because the United States offered additional sales of F-4 Phantoms to induce Israel into accepting it, while Egypt accepted it because it was desperate for a break in the wake of its heavy casualties and the near depopulation of the cities in the Canal Zone. After Egypt violated the ceasefire movement to SAM batteries, the United States offered additional F-4 Phantoms after Israel considered retaliation, although the ceasefire set to last 3 months. I'm curious what the extent of I'm curious what the extent of U.S.-Soviet involvement was on both sides. That's something I'm kind of curious about. Israeli military historian Yaniv claimed that Israel's aggressive policy in direct striking Soviet troops was a success. Were there Soviet troops there? And that it helped the Soviets push for a ceasefire. The Russians understood well that the conflict is not worth it. Humiliations, loss of prestige, and the understanding that just because Israel is currently revealing to the world that it shoots down Russians doesn't mean that it will always keep quiet. Soviet forces are known to have sustained significant losses. One Russian veterans website, compiled an admittedly incomplete list of 58 dead, including victims of accidents and disease. In August of 1970, the French newspaper Le Figaro reported that 100 Soviet military personnel have been killed in Egypt over the past year. 5 Soviet MiG-21 aircraft were shot down in aerial combat. The PLO suffered 1,828 killed and 2,500 captured. Fuck. We should have this. 1967 to 1970, War of Attrition. Okay, so this was ongoing border conflict between Israel and Egypt, Jordan, and the PLO and their allies. We can just be brief. No territorial changes during this time. Oh, and then this was right after the 67 Arab League Summit. Characterized by large-scale shelling across the Suez Canal, extensive area warfare, and commando raids. Hostilities continued in August 1970 and ended with a ceasefire. Okay. On the Egyptian front, we've got missile boats, we've got planes, we've got artillery. We've got Israel sending planes back. International community is trying to find a diplomatic solution to the conflict. The jarring mission of the UN was supposed to ensure that the terms of the UN Security Council Resolution 242 would be observed, but by late 1970, it was clear that this mission had been a failure. Fearing the escalation of the conflict into an East versus West confrontation during the tensions amid the Cold War, the American president, Richard Nixon, sent his Secretary of State, William Rogers, to formulate the Rogers Plan in 1970. Cuban Missile Crisis was in the 80s, right? Cuban Missile Crisis Wikipedia. Wait, did I just say 80s or 60s? It was definitely not the 80s. I meant 60s. It was before the Six-Day War. I don't remember if I just said 60s or 80s. Okay, so this was prior to this. Okay. In August 1970, Israel joining Egypt agreed to an in-place ceasefire plan. Okay, so I'm curious what are like global tensions like as this kind of conflict is breaking out. I guess global tension would have been high during the Six-Day War because that was immediately following the Cuban Missile Crisis as well, right? Okay. Destiny, is this true? If you're letting me something dumb, I'm banning you. Chani, 20 euros. I know so many Jews who had to escape their countries in the Middle East to Israel, and so many want to return but can't. No one talks about them and their right to return. Wow, true. Actually kind of true, yeah. Oh, okay. Why are you linking me literally anti-Semitic memes? Okay. In August 1970, okay, we got the Rogers Plan. August of 1970, Israel, Jordan, and Egypt agreed to an in-place ceasefire under the Rogers Plan. Though Egyptians and Soviet allies rekindled conflict by violated the agreement. Shortly thereafter, moving their missiles near the Suez Canal and constructed the largest anti-aircraft system yet implemented at that point in history. The Israelis responded with a policy which their Prime Minister Golda Meir dubbed asymmetrical response, where an Israel retaliation was disproportionately large in comparison to any Egyptian attacks. To be fair, I'm pretty sure Israel was already kind of on this asymmetrical response before this, but, well, I guess, yeah. Following Nasser's death in 1970, his successor Anwar al-Sadat continued the ceasefire with Israel, focusing on rebuilding the Egyptian army and planning a full-scale attack on the Israeli forces controlling the eastern bank of the Suez Canal. These plans would materialize 3 years later in the Yom Kippur War. Ultimately, Israel would return Sinai to Egypt after the two nations signed a peace treaty in 1979. When Israel is controlling the Suez Canal during this time, is Israel blockading or preventing the movement of any ships through like these areas? Are they trying to close down or control what's passing through, or are they letting everything through? Hey, Destiny, what program are you using to write research about Oh, it's called Obsidian. I feel like if they were, I think I would hear about it, or it feels like they would write it in here. What about Operation Ramon 20? Yeah, what is this shit that was happening? It was the code name of an area battle in 1970, which pitted the Israeli Air Force directly against Soviet fighter pilots stationed in Egypt during the War of Attrition. Israel planned the dogfight in order to send a message that it would no longer tolerate direct Soviet military involvement in its conflict with Egypt. Ooh, okay. Israel engaged in an air battle, Ramon 20, to directly target Soviet fighter pilots to drive them away, to drive the USSR from the conflict. The afternoon of July 30th, 1974, Israeli Mirage 3s crossed into Egyptian airspace, flying in tight formation so as to appear as a single aircraft. As expected, 4 Soviet-flown MiG-21s were scrambled to intercept what they believed to be a routine Israeli recon flight. They were soon joined by an additional 8 MiGs. As the Soviet fighters closed in on the Mirages, they were ambushed by 4 Israeli F-4 Phantoms and 8 Mirage 8s, which had been lurking undetected at low altitude. Can somebody explain how these air battles are working? Do you just, like, when you fly out, are you just assuming that there's, like, no low altitude planes? Like, this seems like a big, like, bug that, like, hasn't been patched from, like, air PvP. Like, what's going on here? If you just, like, fly planes, like, low, do you just, like, auto win fights because you can just hide everything? Or... An additional 12 MiG-21 reinforcements soon arrived. By the end of the close quarters dogfight, 5 Soviet MiG-21s have been downed with no Israeli losses. Rage Pope, I thank you for restating what I just said. I understand that radar can't see. I understand that. I don't know why you're just like restating more or less what I just said, but thank you. By the end of the close quarters dogfight, Egyptian military leaders were pleased with the outcome of the battle because the Soviets had long been criticizing Egypt's aerial... Egyptian military leaders were pleased with the outcome of the battle because the Soviets had long been criticizing Egypt's aerial losses to Israel and attributing them to lack of skill among Egyptian fighter pilots. The Soviets kept quiet about the incident so as to avoid the embarrassment of their defeat. It was one of the final engagements of the War of Attrition and is widely believed to have contributed to its conclusion. Okay, interesting. Both Israeli government and Air Force had by now realized that the policy of restraint versus the Soviets had failed. For the first time, Israel's hard-won aerial supremacy was under serious threat, not only on the west bank of the Suez Canal, but over Israeli-controlled territory as well. The Israeli Air Force therefore proposed to take the Soviets head-on, hoping to demonstrate that although it possessed no operational answer to the extensive air defense array forming on the west bank of the Suez Canal, it was nevertheless superior in the air. The opportunity to punish the Soviets would also serve to boost flagging morale, followed by the loss of several aircraft and airmen in the previous months. It would also prove valuable in upcoming ceasefire negotiations. IDF Chief of Staff Mordecai Hod, backed by IDF Chief of the General Staff Haim Bar-Lev, took his case to the Israeli cabinet on July 25th. Once the approval of Golda Meir's government had been received, the IAF then set about organizing a planned team ambush. Such ambush has been carried out before under the codename Ramon, and an existing plan was now brought up to date and designated Ramon 20. Okay. Have you seen the hunt for troops going on in Dagestan right now? No, I have no idea. Haven't seen it. No clue. Nothing. Ask a question, doesn't want confirmation of an answer. I understand that planes could fly low to avoid radar. What I'm remarking on is that, like, was there no counter or anything thought of to combat this? Because it seems like you could literally just fly planes low and take everybody by fucking surprise, and that seems to be really fucking broken. But I mean, obviously people at the time, it was a rhetorical question. I'm sure people at the time were trying to dramatically think of ways to combat this, which is probably why so much anti-air defense is now being built in the Suez Canal. It was a half-joking question, okay? Okay, I'm curious what happened. What is the Palestine Liberation Organization? Oh. Wait. Did I exit out of the war of attrition? It was the past one. Palestine Liberation Organization. Wait, how is there nothing about their involvement in the war of attrition? Israel assumed the Jordanians would ignore the invasion, but the latter fought alongside the Palestinians and opened heavy fire that inflicted loss upon Israeli forces. This engagement marked the first known deployment of suicide bombers by Palestinian forces. Okay. (1968) Palestinian PLO. The PLO, right? The PLO deploys suicide bombers for the first time. Damn, imagine being like the first suicide bombers. Yikes. The goal of the invasion was to destroy Karmagal camp and capture Yasser Arafat in reprisal for the attacks by the PLO against Israeli civilians, which culminated in an Israeli school bus hitting a mine in the Negev. However, plans established prepared in 1967, 1 year before the bus incident. When Jordan saw the size of the raiding forces entering the battle, it was led to the assumption that Israel had another goal of capturing Balka Governorate to create a situation similar to Golan Heights. Israel assumed that the Jordanian army would ignore the invasion, but the latter fought aside the Palestinians. Okay, huh, okay. Just stick a pin there. Jesus. What if Iran nukes us? True. "21 Palestinian guerrillas were killed by Israeli troops in the Jordan Valley." Okay. I don't understand. There's not much information about Palestinian involvement here, but it sounded like at the end, in the casualties, there was like 1,500 PLO members dead. It's strange that that many died and there's like not much written. About their activities. The PLO suffered 1,828 killed and 2,500 captured. What were they doing? Where? Bum, bum, bum. Try control of PLO. Nope. Yeah, most likely they were auxiliaries or enlisted in the army of Egypt, Jordan, Syria, possibly ratified. Yeah, maybe, yeah. Okay. There's not. Okay, we don't need this much. I think our next thing is probably going to be. I think it's probably the Yom Kippur War. Wait, 74 to 77. No, I think it's before this. Oh, it's. Yeah, it's right here. Okay. Okay, this is our next big boy. Okay, hold on one sec. I think Mel's like packing her shit because she's leaving soon. One sec. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna probably back in like an hour and a half. I'm gonna do stuff. Okay, take Melina to the airport. All that. Have fun. Be careful. I'm not gonna leave my stream up though. I'll be back. Don't die.